Welcome to the regular Board of Aldermen meeting, Salado Municipal Building, 301 North Stagecoach Road, Salado, Texas. Today's date is October 16th, 2025, and it is 6:30. Mr. De La Rosa, call the roll, please.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem, Mayor Bert Henry and Alderman Alan Sander are both absent. You have a quorum.
Thank you. And if we'd all take a moment to pray to your own faith. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and the salute to the Texas flag.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, one state, under God, one indivisible.
We got public comments. The Board of Aldermen welcomes comments from citizens on issues and items of concern not on the agenda. Those wishing to speak must sign in before the meeting begins and observe a 5-minute time limit when addressing the board. Speakers will have one opportunity to speak during this time period. Speakers desiring to speak on an agenda item will be allowed to speak when the agenda item is called. Inquiries about matters not listed on the agenda will either be directed to staff or placed on a future agenda for Alderman consideration. I got 3. Mr. Seward?
David Seward, 1216 Mill Creek Drive, Salado, Texas, and I'm speaking tonight on behalf of Salado Music Friendly Community Advisory Board, and we are Music Salado, the nonprofit that administers the Music Friendly Community Program here in Salado. Specifically, the upcoming chili cook-off and music crawl for Saturday, October 25th. Wanted to remind each of you, Commissioner Whitson did place a challenge to each of you to join him and compete against him in our upcoming cook-off. And we have had some response, and so I hope that the rest of you will consider joining it as well. If we need to, we can even send you guys a note to exempt you from Dunkin' booths or anything like that in the future for participating. We've enjoyed a great working relationship with city staff. Things are sailing through pretty cleanly. We have had a request for some assistance to help us out with the expense of porta potties, and that is winding its way through the approval process right now. Let me make sure I'm not forgetting anything. Registration that day is 9 to 11. Music and cooking begins at noon with judging at 3 p.m. and then our 4 p.m. award ceremony that afternoon. We will have some vendors, and most of our cookers will be centered from Impresario on Main Street down to Solis Gallery on Rock Creek, not blocking any roadways, and we are trying to keep most of them all on the east side of Main Street just to try to minimize pedestrian traffic from crossing Main Street. We will probably have some over there, just depends on how many sign up. We did get our CASC certification, which is the Chili Appreciation Society International, so anybody competing will earn points towards the big championship in Terlingua, if anyone chooses to do that. Word has been spread very, very well. Our celebrity judge will be Miss Bailey Bates from KCN-TV. She's a news anchor. She's going to be our celebrity judge that day. And to tell you how word of mouth travels, we actually got approached by a radio station in LaGrange asking if we wanted to promote our cook-off on the radio station. They reached out to us. So I think proof that it works. We didn't have the funds to do that, and we noticed they were promoting another cook-off, so we wanted to keep things closer anyway. But looking forward to seeing everyone. And we've got plans, we think, in place for trash, porta potties, taking care of the citizens, and being good neighbors like we committed to do from step one. So I appreciate y'all's support greatly.
Thank you. Ms. Shepherd? Jill? Is that right? Sherpin? I can't read it, sorry. I apologize.
Yes, my name is Jill Shipman. I live at 711 College Hill Drive in Salado, and I'm here on behalf of Mr. Lassiter here, Jim Lassiter. I have known Jim and Wendy for probably 25 or more years. They have stayed many times in my bed and breakfast, Stone Creek Settlement, and more recently he has purchased property here for several different properties, but known as the Pizza Place property is what I call it, in 2003. And I understand there is a little bit of a question about his residence. That is where he lives. They built an apartment 7 years ago above the Pizza Place, and they both lived there for several years. And more recently, Wendy has moved to help out her daughters in Houston. Has nothing to do with where Jim lives. They have two homes. Wendy lives in Houston, Jim lives here in Salado. And that's been called into question, and I just wanted to let you know that I have known them and know that he is here all the time because I have coffee at his other property every week and see him often. He is a wonderful person, and he would never do anything to cause any questions. If he was voted as an alderman and confirmed by this body, nothing has changed in his status, and he would have told you if it had. He lives at the same place as when you confirmed him. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Blank?
Jim Boynton, 3565 FM 2843, Salado. I caused quite a stir last week. Very difficult to call one of your friends out publicly like I did. I would be part of the problem if I wasn't trying to address a problem. What amazes me is the uproar caused. No mention has been made of the city denying sewer service repair to a couple with a broken sewer in the city right away. One of the things that pushed me over the edge was not anything that had to do with me personally. Had to do with them. Had to do with our former mayor referring to two businessmen as bootlegging in systems, along with our city manager. You guys need to put your ear to the ground and start hearing what's going on. It's a sad day when we have two old people over here being basically bullied by our city manager, trying to convince them that a broken pipe in the right-of-way is their responsibility. That needs to be addressed. Number two, Chet Sutton saved y'all thousands of dollars. Nobody said anything to I called Chet, and he hadn't heard from anybody thanking him for pointing out that they were undervalued at $600,000. They're now at $16 million. How much money did the city make off of that? But to have our former mayor tell me that the attorney has said they got to approve C of O's over on those condos when Chet had plenty of documentation that they shouldn't be passing. I've turned them in 2 or 3 times. But the bottom line is this. People don't want to come up here and complain all the time and be a pain in the butt. They don't. I don't enjoy it. But I'm also not going to duck and hide when I know something corrupt is going on. I doubt that our city attorney said, give a C of O, even if you've got a report of something going on, without inspecting it. The other thing I want to point out that I've been chastised for is I don't live in the city. They're right. I do not live in the city. I do own property in the city, but I do not live in the city. I have every right to come up here and point out corruption when I see it. The last thing I want to tell you is this. Bert Henry and I discussed in depth him moving out of the city. There's no doubt when we had that discussion that he knew that he should vacate his seat. He knew that. We discussed it. It's not a mistake. It's not a little ways out. I think as a council, there are a multitude of other things I know that I've not spoken about publicly. You guys ought to get together and start trying to figure out what it is that he said and done that get us to the point we're at. There's a lot of other things going on. It's bad when you have a city manager over there. Bert told me he's got you by the throat. I'll say that. That's what he said. Something else. He gave the city manager a 3-year contract before this board ever came on, I believe. And his comment was, we don't have the money to fire him. Understand that's what they think. Thanks.
Thank you. Anybody else want to speak?
Giacomo, 1618 Mill Creek Drive, within the village limits of Salado. I want to express a couple of things. Number one, Bert got elected as mayor because people in this village felt it was time for a change, time to move forward and be more progressive about getting things done and being more transparent and being more active out in the public view. And in my opinion, and the opinion of most people that I've talked to, they agree that Bert has gone in there, loading tree limbs during the storm, clearing things up for people, helping people that needed help, putting his family last when he needed to go out and do some other things, out here filling chug holes with his shovel in his own personal time, being available to help anybody that he had the possibility of helping. So a personal attack on him without him even here, I feel is highly inappropriate. Secondly, I think it's low down and dirty to talk to a man and loan him a trailer to help him move and move him out of the city limits, and then because you have an issue where something that you were in here griping about didn't get taken care of, and you think that it ought to have been done different, you come in here and gripe, and you have a right to do that and a right to ask for correction. But then to turn around and say, well, it really bothers me to say this right before you leave and go, Bert, you don't live in the city and you need to step down, when this guy's supposed to be your friend, and now you come in here and do him that way. There's an appropriate way to do things. If you don't like the city manager, you have the option to go to any councilman on here and say, I have a concern about so-and-so. And they will approach the city manager, or they will approach the mayor and say, we have a problem. None of that's been done. And now we have a complaint against Mr. Lassiter about his homestead and where he lives and what he does. All I know is that about 11 o'clock every night, he's out there walking his dog on Main Street. So that's, unless he's driving a long way every day, that's pretty good proof of residency here. I don't know what the law is about homestead and where you live and what you do. Jason Howard has got a lot of expertise in investigations and going and finding things, and so he's made it his business to bring this up, and I'm sure that we'll come to a resolution on it. And Mr. Howard has every right to do that. I'm not criticizing him, but this that the city couldn't do these things that he wanted done. So we need to move forward from this. And Mr. Warren doesn't live in the city, but he has the right to come in here and voice a complaint. My second thing I want to cover is I think Zach ought to be left as mayor until the election because general elections are expensive and we don't have the money to spend on that right now. I think he does fine. Beard's a little too bushy for my taste, but other than that, I think he'd be a good mayor. And, you know, we should just go with what we need to go and you guys take the helm. Tell Manny what you want done. It's his job to get it done. And if he don't want to do it, well, y'all can sort that out. But we have a village administrator. If you got a problem with something, at least go to him. I've gone to him and brought a problem this afternoon concerning Mr. Lassiter to make him aware of it because I want to make sure that City Hall knew what was on Sunshine's page all over Facebook. So, you know, there's a way to do things. And it's not to do what I've been witness to. I'm real disappointed in some people taking shots. Bert Henry was a good mayor, and he loved this city, and he wanted to do everything he could to improve things. And the way that this happened is unfortunate, but it could have been done a lot better. That's my personal opinion.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Good evening. I'm Bev Turnbow, 349 College Hill Drive, Salado. I only became aware this evening of the about Mr. Lassiter's, the complaint about Mr. Lassiter's residence. I can tell you that he and I served on the Planning and Zoning Commission for 2 years, a little bit over 2 years, and during all that time, up until August, he has always lived here in Salado. We have met on issues related to the board, the zoning and commission on when things have, when things have come up. There have been times we've discussed things, and it's always pertinent, nothing with what is before the zoning, but things that could be like water issues and bigger item things. And I can assure you he has lived here in Salado during that time and goes back to Houston on occasion. So I just wanted to make it clear that during the time I served with him, he has had a residence here. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Going once, going twice. Moving on to number 2, presentation. Mr. De La Rosa.
Mayor Pro Tem, we're going to skip
Item
2A. We're going to table it some future date, but representatives are here on 2B from the Office of the Governor, and if Ms. Whitson will introduce, or you can, would you like to introduce her? Or? Okay. And Ms. Madeline Phillips with the Governor's Office here.
Good evening. I am Deanna Whitson with the CVB manager, and this is Madeline Phillips, and she is with our Tourism Friendly, and she works for the Governor Abbott's office in the Economic and Development Department, and she has been the lead on the tourism, and she will be presenting that to Salado this evening.
Thank you guys so much for having me here today. Obviously a very passionate community, and I just wanted to say a couple of words, things that have been shared through the Tourism Friendly certification. And if anybody has any questions about the process or sort of what we do at our office, I work for the Office of the Governor, Economic Development and Tourism. Our brand name is Travel Texas, and we're the main tourism entity for the state of Texas. So I'd just like to say a couple of words in recognition of all the hard work that Deanna and the team has put in, and the community as well as making this a very welcoming community for visitors. Good evening, Board of Aldermen, City Leadership, Mayor Pro Tem Zach Hurst, and residents of Salado. It's an honor to be with you tonight at your regular Board of Aldermen meeting to recognize the hard work that has gone into strengthening Salado's visitor experience and local economy. This evening, I have the privilege of presenting the Tourism Friendly Texas Community Certification to the Village of Salado. This certification reflects coordinated progress across your public, private, and cultural partners, and it especially reflects the leadership of Deanna Whitson, Tourism Marketing Manager, whose stewardship of the certification process, marketing strategy, and partnerships has elevated Salado's brand. I also want to recognize Melanie Lane, your Visitor Center Coordinator, for ensuring the welcome is real every day, online, over the phone, and face-to-face. Tourism is economic development, and your numbers tell a clear story. In fiscal year 2024, visitors generated $15.6 million in direct travel spending, which equated to about $500,000 in local taxes here in Salado. Those dollars support local jobs, keep storefronts lit, and help fund the services residents rely on. When a visitor strolls through Main Street, books a room, explores your galleries, or enjoys an evening performance, those moments add up to measurable community benefit. Salado's visitor product inventory points to a distinct identity, a handcrafted arts village with a Texas heart. Visitors can watch artistry at Salado Glassworks, get hands-on with Mud Pie's pottery, and wander galleries like Wells, Cyril, and Prelup Fine Art, with the Salado Sculptural Garden tying the story together. With local flavor at Barrow Brewing, Impresario Wine, Axis Winery, and the Storage Stagecoach Inn, while outdoor experiences at Pace Park and Salado Creek offer space to slow down, while the Table Rock Amphitheater and whimsical Serena Mermaid statue anchor a sense of place that is unmistakably Salado. The takeaway is simple. Your walkable mix of makers, music, food, and drink, heritage, and nature invites visitors to linger and return. That invitation is amplified by your music-friendly designation, with David Seward, chair of the Salado Music Friendly Advisory Board, helping connect artists, venues, and audiences. Your event calendar sets a strong cadence, from the Wildflower Arts and Crafts Festival in March, the Porch and Planet in April, to Serena's Creekside Carnival, Oktoberfest, the Scottish Gathering and Highland Games, and the beloved Christmas Stroll. Each event turns curiosity into plans and plans into overnight stays. This certification is also a testament to your broad stakeholder support. Thank you to Bungalow Oaks vacation rental owner Marcia Shuggs and the accommodation partners who submitted letters of recommendation: Holiday Inn, Jessica Underwood, Director of Sales; Days Inn, Eric Patel, General Manager; Stagecoach Inn and Restaurant, Kristen Powers, Brand Manager; and Inn at the Creek Properties, William Lowry, co-owner. Your on-the-ground hospitality is what keeps guests coming back. I also want to thank Texas State Representative Brad Buckley for his support and Bell County Commissioner Bobby Whitson for championing regional collaboration that benefits Salado. Together, you've built a welcoming, walkable destination with a strong sense of self. That is what today's travelers are looking for, and that is what the Tourism-Friendly Texas Community Certification affirms. On behalf of the Office of the Governor, Economic Development and Tourism, Travel Texas, it is my honor to officially present the Tourism-Friendly Texas Community Certification to the Village of Salado. Thank you for the invitation to share this moment, and thank you for the welcome you extend, not only to visitors, but to new ideas and the future that you're building here. Salado's story is handcrafted, rooted in Texas tradition, and ready for its next chapter. Let's keep the welcome wide and that impact growing for residents and visitors alike. Thank you.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Well, we're gonna go ahead.
Yeah. Do you want to take photos? Photos?
We need to do a photo. We can. Do you want to do that after proclamation?
Yeah. No, you can do it now and then, yes.
Come on, Miss Deanna. And we're going to jump right into item 3, the proclamation. What I'm going to have them do, though, is I'm going to start off with Alderman McDonald, then we're going to go to Dunt. Alderman Lassiter, they're going to read portions of the proclamation, then I'll finish it off.
Proclamation. Whereas tourism is a vital contributor to the economy and the cultural vibrancy of the Village of Salado, supporting local businesses, creating jobs, and enhancing the quality of life of residents. And whereas travelers to Salado contribute to our community by investing in lodging, dining, shopping, recreation, and cultural experiences that fuel economic development and civic pride. And whereas the village recognizes the importance of fostering a welcoming environment for all visitors, encouraging service excellence, historic preservation, beautification efforts, and meaningful collaboration between businesses, residents, and local government. And
whereas our visitors delight in the many offerings that promote historical tourism through the Salado Historical Society and the Salado Museum and College Park. Recreation tourism at the Salado Creek, Pace Park, Serena Park, and Mill Creek Golf Course. Art and cultural tourism showcased in the Salado Cultural Arts District, the Public Arts League of Salado, the Table Rock Amphitheater, the Sculpture Garden, and the Native Plant Society, along with the many community activities hosted by the Salado Chamber of Commerce and the vibrant local businesses. And
thank you. Whereas the Village of Salado has been recognized as a music-friendly community, and whereas we acknowledge that all travel, whether for leisure or business, brings valuable benefits to our community, and whereas welcoming visitors from near and far always has been and will always remain at the heart of the travel industry and the Village of Salado's enduring spirit of hospitality.
Now, therefore, on behalf of the Village of Salado Board of Aldermen, I do hereby proclaim that Salado is a tourism-friendly community and encourage all citizens to join in recognizing the positive impact that travel and tourism have on Salado's economic prosperity, community pride, and cherished identity. In witness thereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the Village of Salado to be affixed the 16th day of October 2025, signed Zach Hurst, Mayor Pro Tem. You want to come up, Deanna?
back up.
Yep. All right, we're going to move into executive session. You guys can stay here if you want. We're going to go in back. So at 6:59.
Hey, Terry, before we go into executive session, Mr. De La Rosa, I just want to make it, I know part of the agenda is with regards to ethics and our ethics ordinance. I just want to be clear because last Alderman meeting, my questions of owning business and my ethics were called into question. If that is at all in private session in any of that discussion, I have the right to have that in public. I want that completely on the table if any of that. So if we go in closed session, if it involves anything with me personally, I want it in the open. So if that's not part of that agenda, then it's just a review of that ethics ordinance. I'm fine.
It's a review of the ordinance for Alderman. Yes.
Okay.
It's for all aldermen and protocol. We're going to add in protocol too.
Okay. Good deal.
All right. All right. 7 o'clock. We're going. All right.
You hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. One thing I'd like to ask Mayor to do is provide a brief comment, just prior to going into executive session, a couple of them. One, I support the fact that what Alderman Dunch said, and wishing that if it would be an open meeting instead of an executive session. I support that. I am a firm believer in transparency of this board, all of us. And I hope that we could do so in the future and on this matter too as it comes to conclusion. The other thing I'd like to, if I may, Mayor Pro Tem, is say with respect to the residency issue, let me just say a brief comment if I could, please.
Mayor, it's not part of the agenda item.
It's not one of the agenda items. I apologize, but
Make sure it is, if you would, please, at the next meeting. Make sure it is, I'm asking now to be part of the next meeting, and I specifically request it to be an open session.
okay.
Okay.
All right. It's 7:02. We're going to an executive session. It's 8:10. We're going to return to open session. And we don't have anything discussed with possible action, correct, for item 5? Mr. Dela Rosa?
No, sir, we do not.
All right, and to save the village some money and the taxpayers some money, I'm going to see if you guys want to move. It's okay to move 10A up on the agenda before we start the consent agenda. You good with you guys?
Yes.
All right, 10A. Discussion and possible action on accepting the registration of Bert Henry as mayor. Mr. Dela Rosa.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem and Alderman, you have a copy of Mayor Bert Henry's letter of resignation dated October 3rd, and it is staff's recommendation that you accept the resignation.
Okay. Then there has been some questions asked amongst the board here, the village itself. I'd like to ask the city attorney to come up and talk about some of the issues of whether everything that he signed or did during any of his meetings, if that's still legal for us to do.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I appreciate that. I'll be brief about that. The actions that Mayor Henry took after he had moved out of town, he had vacated his seat as mayor, but under the Texas Constitution, Article 16, Section 17, he continues as a holdover of that office. The case law on that section of the Constitution states that it applies to local governments like cities and school districts. So while he continued to hold over his position, even though he had left town and vacated that seat, he had the authority to act as mayor. And so until he is replaced or resignation accepted, he had the authority to make motions or second motions or other actions he may have taken as mayor. So there's no need, it's not necessary for the village to redo or ratify the actions that the village took while he was serving in a holdover capacity as mayor.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. Appreciate it. Alderman Last, do you have anything on 10A?
No, I do not.
Alderman Jones?
No questions.
Alderman McDonald?
No questions, Mayor Pro Tem.
Is there any public comments for item 10A? No? I'll entertain a motion then.
A motion to approve 10A as is? As stated, I should say.
Alderman Dunch has made a motion to approve 10A as presented. Any second?
Second.
Seconded by Alderman McDonald. All in favor of accepting Bert Henry's resignation as mayor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any nays? Any abstentions? That passes 4-0. All right. Look at that. All right, then we're going to go to item 6, consent agenda. Approval of the minutes of September 30th, 2025, Board of Aldermen meeting, special meeting. Approval of the minutes of October 2nd, 2025, Board of Aldermen meeting, regular meeting. Mr. Dela Rosa?
Okay, let's see here. Item 6, consent agenda. Staff is recommending approval. No questions on mine.
Okay.
No comment.
Alderman Laster? No questions. Alderman Dunn?
No questions.
Alderman McDonald?
No questions.
Any public comments? No. I'll entertain a motion for the consent agenda.
Yeah, I make a motion to approve the consent agenda as written.
Alderman McDonald has made a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented. Any seconds?
Second.
Alderman Dunks, second the motion. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Any abstentions? That passes 4-0. Item 7, discuss, consider possible action regarding any item removed from the consent agenda. We do not have one. Item 8, village administrator's report. Mr. Dela Rosa.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem and Alderman, let's see if we can get the sales tax collection report up there. There it is. For the, here recently, we received $79,262. Again, these were representing August sales, collected in September, and allocated during this month. So you can see the prior year, $68,197 last year, and the prior year, $64,500 575. Any questions on that?
No question.
Okay, moving on. The financials. These are the financials closing out September 30, 2025. So it closes out the fiscal year. The first page summary. I'm sure you've had an opportunity to review it since I did that a couple of days ago. Any questions on any part, anything you want to pull up and look at for you?
Okay, question.
Heard it. No, I'm sorry. My battery doesn't seem to be staying on.
It's on.
We'll try it. Okay. Let's see, I had a few questions on the general fund P&L statement that I wanted to go to. We had some discussions on it before, but the investment income from our cash balances, what's happening at this point? Have you made some changes to that process or investment so we can increase our return on idle cash?
Yes, sir. We started looking at exactly what banks we can actually move to. Rates are so close together with all of them. I mean, we're getting pretty good at what we have with Horizon, which is our bank depository. So unless there's a big enough reason to move it somewhere else, that has not occurred.
What interest rate then are they paying us on the funds that we have with them, and how much money do they have sitting in cash at this point?
Well, most of your money is already in a segregated account, which is your tax notes. That was 2.5%, 2.34, something like that. Everything is right about 1 to 1.5% on our general fund. So we've got to your expenses. So we have some funds. We'll start seeing a revenue coming in the months of November, and more specifically in December, as people start paying their taxes at the end of the year prior to January 1st.
So we're getting 1.5% interest from Horizon on the monies, the small amount of monies we have left.
Our monies are money markets. Yes,
okay.
Sir.
And then when the revenue comes in the last 2 months of the year in January, what is the general plan for the investment of that fund, those funds once they arrive?
Yep.
Because 1.5%
yeah.
is not going to be competitive.
That's not going to do it. And the agreement we have with our depository, it's already set what our interest rates are going to be, so we will have to look at other banks. So we will have those discussions with our local banks to try to keep it here and see what those rates could be.
Do they have other options they can offer you at that point, or is that to be discussed?
That'll be discussed, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask on the occupancy tax fund, we're sitting currently at, what was it, 300 and
what's the line item number?
I'm sorry. It's on the fund balance summary. There's no line items on that, but it's the Village of Salado, Texas fund balance summary as of September 30th. We are showing, I guess, a net fund balance of $366,777. Is that correct?
Well, you should have a number to the left of it if it's on the fund balance. Do you see a number?
379? No, that's general fund. But that's just the money sitting in the hotel tax fund. Is that correct?
Oh, that money, those hot funds, yes.
Yeah, I'm in hot funds. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry. Yes, I misstated that. So, okay. Sorry for that. So, going into this coming year, y'all are working on or have a plan that hopefully could be shown to the Board of Aldermen as to what we're going to be doing with our hot tax funds for this new year, new operating year?
Well, the plan would be as part of the strategic plan that I've been asked to schedule at the request of Alderman Dunn. So,
okay.
Yeah.
So that's to be determined?
Yes, sir. It'll be determined by the board.
And will it be presented here in the next 90 days or so?
Yes, sir. That was a question that I asked. I said, you want to
Okay.
hold it? If it is, my recommendation is you do it before mid-November.
Perfect.
And here's where the options: an evening or a Saturday. Right? Something like 9, 10 a.m. on a Saturday, 2-3 hours, kind of, knock some few things out, and then go out on about the rest of our
Okay.
week.
Can I may say a statement on that? Because what I think is important is that we all do our homework before then, because Mr. De La Rosa and I had talked about this. To be that effective, I'd like to see, and we kind of agreed on what are the top 5 to 10 strategic initiatives that we all want to see over the next 1 to 2 years.
Yes.
And then we all do our homework before then. Otherwise, it's not effective and it's a waste of time. So then we can set priorities and set direction for Gina and Mr. De La Rosa, that they have better direction and where we're driving the ship, so to speak. So.
Yeah, and we would get.
You stole my thunder, so I was going to.
Well, you always get to go first.
I know I talked. Yeah, that's a real privilege. Yeah, yeah, I can assure you. Anyway, okay, and thank you for finishing that series of comments. I appreciate it. Then,
Alderman Dunge, one of the things, Alderman Laster, one of the conversations that I had with Alderman Dunge was when I was first hired by the first Board of Aldermen was to create parking. So one of the reasons that we've been keeping a balance is for parking. We've identified the area of Center Street at Royal Street, the Center Street, the original town plat area, that potentially could have parking. So those were some of the discussions that we've been having.
okay.
And if you're going to build a parking lot, your $300,000 is not going to go very far, right? So please don't think that you're sitting on a gold mine. You're not. It's limited. Thank you.
Yeah,
Okay.
particularly if we take a capital investment like
Yes,
that.
sir.
Okay. Then I had just a couple more, Mayor Pro Tem, thank you. Just looking at the police fund, the police expenses for public safety department for the year was 930,000, kind of was the closing number, rounded off, and I think it was 1.1 million the year before, and so we did have some significant reduction in the cost of that department, right?
We lost some personnel that were not filled.
Correct.
We delayed a payment on one of the
Cars.
lease vehicles.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, the cost savings were loss of personnel
Mm-hmm.
or through retention, not filling them.
Right.
But you'll see this year that your overtime's going to go up.
Or what?
Overtime.
Oh,
will be going
okay.
up. You've got less officers still having to do more work.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And that count would be, at this point, on officers plus chief would be 6.
Total of 7, correct, Chief? Yes, sir. Yeah, a total of 7, including the chief.
Okay. Plus, we're going to utilize some overtime, this versus bring in another full-time person.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
That's what we anticipate. Even though I think the overtime has been manageable, but it's getting more busy.
That ordinary for the year, we had a budget of 140,000. Around, but am I correct that year end, if we get it up with a net ordinary balance of 290,000 for is that correct?
Yes, sir.
That's a combination of reduced expenses, correct, and increases in that more taxes and sales tax.
Sales taxes have been really good, but we did, once the village acknowledged it was going to receive a petition to reduce the property taxes, we cut back on a lot of different services. For example, mowing was reduced, building maintenance, cleaning, those kind of things, we went very bare bones on everything to make sure that we could have a balanced budget at the end of the year. So to use last year as an indicator for this next year is not true, because we won't get hopefully get another petition to reduce the property taxes. It's an anomaly, right? So it's not a true indicator when you're looking at forecasting.
Alderman Dunn?
Yeah, so, Mr. De La Rosa, I see 2301, it looks like we have the development escrows now broken out, is on the balance sheet for the end of the year?
Yes, sir, on the balance sheet?
Yes, on the balance sheet. So that is the money that is somewhat in question still, that we still showing it as an escrow, but do we know it's escrow, or we do not? I mean, it's,
well,
is it?
They believe it's escrow, the other party does.
Okay.
So,
good answer. Okay.
Yeah.
I know you've had conversations with them, so okay, that's good. Okay. So there, I'm glad to see it broken out. Thank you for doing that. I think it's good. I know a lot of put and takes. I've been on board since May. But what I would like to see for end of year, given this is the end of year financials, I would really like, and I know this may be a kind of a tall order, but I'd like to see exactly how we forecasted by line item from the beginning of the year to where we ended the year, and our accuracy, because I think it's a good metric just to see how we're, I know it's been a tough year, but more importantly, how we're improving going forward. So if we could show those, because I think we've made adjustments and rectified and multiple changes to the annual budget by line item, but I think it'd be important for us to understand how we're improving in our accuracy by the line items that we're reporting against. So I don't know if we can do that, but I would like to see that. From last month to now, I noticed line 4221, professional fee and reimbursements went significantly higher by we went from 85,000 to 133. That was like a 56% increase in 1 month. What were those charges for?
Professional fee reimbursements could be for development, like FP, our city attorneys. Much of that is collected against, we invoice developers for any plat reviews for consulting fees. So that's why you're seeing it here, and then it goes back into revenue. Part of that revenue is that we're actually now collecting on our development fees. There are times that we ask our city attorney to prepare encroachment agreements or other documents. We collect those fees back. But again, our attorney fees, if you look at the number of ordinances that we've adopted in the last 2 years, 2 years prior, a lot of cleanup. So city attorney's fees run high in cleanup, or just much more consultation with our legal counsel. So all of that is wrapped in those.
So all those were incurred costs from a 56% increase just in 1 month, though? Seems like
yeah,
high,
we've had some really large.
Okay.
Yeah. Right. I think the mayor pro tem just now started seeing checks, large checks.
Rather large check.
Yeah.
Okay.
He saw one for TML, $48,000?
Yeah, close to 48.
Yeah, for the risk pool just yesterday. So those bills are hitting us.
Okay, and then 4790, we've seen a nice bump there, kind of outline. We were only at 8,500 and we went to 26, almost 27,000 in the last month. So somewhere along the other income, we had a good return too. So
yeah, I believe that I asked about the other income, and those are a lot of the franchise fees, and we've been getting from the telecommunications companies, the garbage companies submit franchise fees to us.
Oh, I think I know the answer to this, but I just think it's important just for you to verify. 9501 capital outlay streets. Last month we'd only spent 17,000. Year to date for the end of the year, we ended up spending $96,429.
9501?
9501, capital outlay streets.
Yes, sir.
It went from just 16,794 to 96,4. There was a huge jump in that.
Yes, sir. Let's see, about 4 weeks ago, we did right about $38,000 worth of work. Royal Street next to the box culvert was just that alone was an additional 8,000. So, and a lot of the, those would be the only things I can think. I don't know what other cash outlays right off the hand. I would have to get back to you. But
Yeah,
I know what
we can just look at
spend.
what those other ones are, but I mean, I know there was major road investments in several areas around town, which, you know, it does come at a cost. So it'd be kind of good, I think, if we could see that, what those went to. And I think that's out of question. Thank you.
Alderman McDonald?
All the money that we spend here is trackable by transaction, correct?
That is correct.
No further questions. Thank you.
No questions. You got the Lark Trail?
Let me get to the next one. Let's see here. The next one is Lark Trail. Go to the next drawing. So we have improvement to Lark Trail. The Lark Trail runs in a north-south direction. The eastern side, half of that roadway belongs to the village, the midline. The other half belongs to the county because it's not within the city limits. So Jason, where you see the green spot up there, it's in your packet also. That is Lark Trail on the western side of the new Taco Bell. Taco Bell had to make improvements to part of Lark Trail, more specifically the shoulder, because their delivery trucks could make the turns without getting into the oncoming traffic lanes, which is unacceptable. It's dangerous. So they have to stay within their lane or the shoulder, make a right-hand turn into the Taco Bell. So you'll see just north of the road that runs east-west is Kelts Drive that connects Lark Trail to Salado Center Drive, just north of the QT. Traffic traveling along Lark Trail from the north headed south will detour, take a left turn on Kelts, go up to Salado Center. They can go left and end up at the frontage road or take a right. It takes them down to FM 2484. There's 2 lanes there. One is to turn right in, the other you can go left or go straight or turn left. So it will allow left turns. You just recently accepted those roadways. So the question has been posed, should we stop left-hand turns because it's dangerous? That is something that can be discussed at a later date. You can pass an ordinance, we put up signage, and that will prohibit that. Event Drive is the roadway on the south side of the roadway, and you can see the detours. And there's been conversations that TxDOT would like to make that a right turn only. The concern is that the constable's office has to turn left sometimes. So maybe it'll be something to the effect that everyone turns right except for police vehicles, emergency vehicles, those kind of things, because it is a dangerous intersection. But wanted to bring this Taco Bell development. Today they got their final inspections. I mean, they're going up very quickly, but that will be the traffic plan detour that's been approved by our city engineers, and it was certainly reviewed by my office. Wanted to give you that update. I'll be happy to take any questions there, Pro Tem.
Any questions?
Is that cost going to be borne for that totally by the village, or is it a shared cost with the developer? Or
No, sir. That is, all of those costs are being borne by the developer, the Taco Bell franchisee.
okay,
Not a single dollar, and including the oversight by our city engineers, we will charge them for all of that.
thank you. I appreciate that, and I appreciate your attention to that. That's a very, very dangerous place, right? I have no problem with it for the record. It's a special exception for the deputies.
Yes.
That's being addressed promptly before we have a city inspection.
Alderman Dunn?
No questions.
Alderman McDonald?
No questions. Thank you.
Anything else?
No, sir.
No. All right, we'll move on to Staff reports. Presentation of the Police Department monthly report. Chief, you're up.
Mayor Pro Tem, members of the board, during the month, I'm sure you got a copy of my report in your packet, so I'm not going to go over each item in here. I'll just hit the high points on it. During the month of September, we did respond to 598 calls for service. That is a little bit slower than the previous month. Approximately 19.9 calls for service per day. 3 arrests were made. 82 traffic stops were conducted. 47 citations were issued. It's a 51.21 enforcement rate, along with 49 warnings. Correction, 59 warnings. I gave you a list of our notable calls for service. I'd like to bring your attention down to the one that you can't make this stuff up. This is one of the fun parts about being in this line of work. Salado Police Department conducted a traffic stop for a minor traffic infraction. Made contact with the driver. The driver stated he didn't have his driver's license on him, so he gave us his brother's name and date of birth, unknowing that his brother had 7 warrants and a suspended license. So after that revelation, the young man decided to give us his correct name and date of birth, at which time we learned he had a warrant and no license as well. So he was charged with, or he was arrested for the warrant out of Belton and then charged with failed ID as a fugitive because he lied about his name while he had a warrant for his arrest. Again, you can't make things like this up. Moving on, we did conduct 99 house watches. That is actually up from the previous month. Our response times, I'm happy to report that our priority 1 911 calls for service response times are 3 minutes and 28 seconds. That's from the time somebody picks up a phone, dials 911, and the 911 operator answers that call. 3 minutes and 28 seconds later, we're on scene. That's respectable. A little further down, we have received 4 seized firearms. We have charged subjects with unlawful carrying of a weapon, and as part of their agreements with the district or county attorney's office, they surrender those firearms to the police department. We've taken all 4 of those down to GT distributors. They are going to value them for us. This is not the first time we've done it. This is how we paid for ammunition before when we were a little low on the budget. They give us store credit for those items. We also just unlocked our $12,600 grant. It is a no-match grant issued by the state of Texas governor's office, and those funds are going to be used to purchase 2 vehicle-mounted radios and 2 handheld police radios. I do know that we're having problems with our equipment. Our handheld radios are end of life. We can't buy batteries for them anymore. We can't buy parts for them anymore. So this helps us out and gets us 2 more brand new radios. And as the majority of you guys know, Officer Manning has chosen to depart us, and we wish him the best of luck in his future endeavors. Which brings me to Officer Juan Castro. If you can come up here, sir. Replacing Officer Manning is Officer Castro. He's originally from New York City. We're not going to hold that against him. He is currently a resident of Belton, military veteran. Fort Hood brought him here. 15 years of service, fell in love with the area. He holds a bachelor's degree in Homeland Security and Emergency Management. Wanted to be in this line of work, so he put himself through the academy. When we had an opening come up, when we had an opening come available, we made contact with the academy and said, hey, do you have anybody that's putting themselves through the academy that is not attached to a police department? And at that particular time, Mr. Castro was graduating the next week. So it was fortuitous for us. He is married. He has 3 children and 1 grandson. 1.5, one's on the way. So about to have 2 grandchildren. He and his wife Marisol are business owners in Holland. He's active in his community. He enjoys volunteering at food pantries and he assists with fundraising events that benefit scholarship opportunities for high school seniors. And in his free time, he enjoys spending time with his family. So with that being said, I'm very proud to have Officer Castro as a member of my team, and I hope you'll welcome him like we did.
You're welcome.
Picture? You want me to send me all? I will.
Would you like to say something to the board?
Well, I've been here for about a week so far, and everybody's been so nice and welcoming. So I appreciate everyone's being nice to me, and hope to see everybody and get to know everybody soon. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you for being here.
And with that, I'm
You guys got any questions for the chief?
welcome to answer any questions.
You got a question?
On your grant, are you still short any radios that are at end of life from having a full set to work from with your police officers?
We have 7 radios right now, which is 1 for each officer. We're getting 2 new ones that are going to be given to patrol because they're the ones that need them more than Sergeant Dungy and myself. And then we've also got 2 radios that are being installed in the vehicles. That will help us create battery life because there's places, especially on 2843, where we hit a lull and we can't get out on our handheld radio, so we need the power of those in-car radios. And we have 2 patrol cars right now that don't have radios in them at all. So with that being said, we're still going to be a little short on radios, handheld radios, but we're looking at, I'm looking at putting in for this grant again later in the year, and hopefully we can get 2 more, maybe 3 more.
I know that kind of falls under your purview with our budget. Do we have any other money in capital improvements set aside for potential help for radios this year so that we have a full set, Mr. Delarosa?
No, sir, your budget's pretty slim as it is. You would have to come out of streets, since we have some of the tax notes that we can make that up with. But
we'll be fine.
Yeah, I think for now, yeah, we'll just have to see it. But the chief's also, so the answer is no, Alderman. I also like for the chief to explain his vehicle inventory, what he's doing currently with the vehicles. And
also, previously my vehicle, Unit 6, 2011 Ford F-150, no air conditioner. We're going to get it stripped down, and it's going to go to auction. Unit 9, which is the 2018 Ford F-150, I don't know if you've noticed, but the majority of the stickers have been taken off of it. Sergeant Dungy has already removed the majority of the emergency equipment out of it. That vehicle is going to be transferred over to Public Works to replace their 2010 2010 Chevy pickup. As soon as we get that taken, those steps taken, then we planned on auctioning off the 2011 and the 2010 vehicles. Probably won't get a whole lot out of them, but it pulls them out of our fleet, and it is what it is. We do have Unit 14, which is the 2021 Tahoe. It had a wrapping, I believe they called it a valve, had a valve wrap. So it's currently sitting down at Don Hewitt Chevrolet in Georgetown. That was originally, the original quote that we got on it was going to be about $4,000 to rebuild the top half of that truck, top half of the engine. So we started looking into it, and we were actually covered by a 3-year, 36,000-mile warranty, but we were also covered by a 5-year, 50,000-mile powertrain warranty. And since the engine is part of the powertrain, and at the time that this fault happened, We had 49,250 miles on it. We immediately put it on the back of a rollback and carried it down to Georgetown. And I'm happy to say that all the work that they're doing on it is actually going to be warranty work, so we're not going to have to pay for that. Good deal.
Any questions? No questions.
So I do have a question, Chief, and it's actually two now since it was brought up. So first and foremost, GT Distributors, can you explain to me in simple terms, how you're able to take these sidearms in simple terms and turn it into bullets? Tell me how that works.
What happens is we arrest an individual for offense of unlawfully carrying of a weapon.
Sure.
Part of that is that either the district or the county attorney's office, they may enter into an agreement that, hey, we'll not charge you with this particular offense, or we'll charge you with a lesser included offense if you'll give up the firearm. So they surrender the firearm gets awarded to the police department, has a judge's signature on it,
right.
And at that point we have care, custody, control, and management. We are the owners of that particular weapon. So what we have done is we've made contact with GT Distributors, who does this for other police departments. They come up, they evaluate the items, and say, for instance, hypothetically, if one of the items is a Glock 19, it's in good condition, they may give us $250 for it. Mm-hmm. And then we take that as store credit, and then we purchase ammunition, uniforms for officers, equipment that we need for the belts, body armor, things like that.
Okay, I understand, and thank you for clarifying that. Yeah. My next question is, for the vehicles that are going to go up for quote-unquote auction, what is the intent of how you're going to put that auction up? Is it going to be public auction, sealed bid? What is the intent?
Historically, I haven't spoken with Mr. Del Rosa about that. Historically, I've used Municibid, and that's where we give them all of the information, photographs, what we want the starting bid to begin at, and how long we want the bid to run, the item to be up for auction. Right. And then at the end of that time frame, we take the highest bid.
And generally speaking, anybody could bid on it?
Correct.
Who's registered with the bid office and the other stuff?
Correct.
Right. Are we going to publish that in the paper?
We'll make sure that, I don't know this company.
Yes.
But we'll make sure that they're compliant with state law on disposal of public assets.
Yes.
So there's some very, very specific. So it will not occur until we present it to you, give you information on the vehicles, seeking authorization to auction these vehicles, and then we'll make sure that they're compliant with state law. And if not, we will see who is. Okay. So, and part of what we've been doing over the last year, we've been auditing everything that we provide coverage over. We've had equipment that we didn't have not had for many years. So now we work very closely to make sure that we only insure that equipment or those vehicles that we have. So we've been cleaning up those coverages on items.
Understood. And I'm grateful for the answer. I'm good. No further questions. Yeah.
Thanks, Chief. I appreciate it.
Thank you, John.
Good job. Presentation of the Convention and Visitors Bureau monthly report. Ms. Whitson.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem Hurst and Alderman. This evening, I will be presenting the September Convention and Visitors Bureau report to you. On the first page here, we have our Salado website metrics for the month of September. Follow along. We have our weekly housekeeping. Afterwards, we have our marketing initiatives. Our Tour Texas pages have been out of date, so we have refreshed those and updated with pictures, and each page was rewritten. Sorry. It does. It does.
Can I just ask everybody to check their mobile devices and make sure they are silenced or off? I appreciate it. Thank you. Ms. Whitson,
Okay.
Sorry about that.
No, it's no problem. It happens. So in our marketing initiatives, our Tour Texas pages, they were out of date. We've updated pictures, we've updated the writings, and the Tour Texas is the one that approves those final pages, and we should hopefully have those up by November 1st. events, we were putting together a Texas Independence event for March. Looking at 2026, it's been put on hold, so we will continue looking at maybe doing something like that for 2027. Our Texas Brazos Trail sponsorship, they recognized Salado during their Boots on the Ground highlight, promoting our town during their downtown conferences that they go to, where they participate for their heritage regions. They go throughout Texas through that region, and they select a town that they recognize, and we were recognized during that time. Our fall groups, we're continuing with those. It's been a busy month for us. Salado visitor bags. And then during our development outreach, what you'll see in here is we've either met with the groups, sometimes they like an itinerary of the things that they are interested in town, and so we sit down and go over different businesses, different ideas to help them come up with a plan. So you'll see that. We've also collaborated with Destination Bryan. They've done a phenomenal job with their CVB, and the bonus of being a part of a CVB and being in this position is everybody loves to share their talent and their success, and some things are great to take away for your own town as well. Maybe not all of what they've done, but it's great to be able to collaborate, and the people love to share. So we have done that with the director there, and I'm hoping that maybe Melanie and I will also get a chance to go there and meet him in person to see what all he has done there at the Destination Bryan. We also collaborated with Colehampton and the Bell County Museum, trying to come up with some ideas to enhance the touring for our museum here as well as Bell County, and then maybe even toss in the Fort Hood Mounted Cavalry's museum as well. And then we had our roundtable with our hospitalities, and the next one will be January the 27th. Scott Joslove and his team will be here on the 27th in January to talk to the hospitalities to discuss the hot tax laws with them. Let's see. And then we do continue to reach out and with marketing efforts to get conferences, whether it's a ladies group or weddings or teaching conferences, military conferences, reunions. We continue to outreach on that. And then we also initiated a CVB volunteer program, and we are hoping that at some point we can get that up and running, and maybe it will start a full beginning at the first of the year. And then I've also included our Facebook and our Instagram analytics. And then that's all that I have for you if you have any questions for me.
Alderman Lasker, you got any questions?
Congratulations on your tourism.
Thank you.
A great accomplishment. We can have more down the road.
Yes, sir.
But I appreciate the effort.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Alderman Dutch?
No, Alderman Laster stole my thunder. So, no, seriously, congratulations. I know for the community, great job. It's good momentum behind the village, and a lot of positivity can come from this, and I appreciate all the effort. Thank you.
Absolutely. It's easy to promote Salado.
Alderman McDonald?
Yes. Thank you, and congratulations too as well.
Thank you.
What do you need us to do to help you do your job better?
Keep supporting.
In what way? Is there anything particular that comes to mind is what I meant?
I mean, anything that we do, if you just come and visit us at the visitor center and check out the things that we do and meet our people that we bring into town, and those are things that are very important. Okay. And thank our businesses. Without our businesses, there's no way that this stuff would be continuing and these people wouldn't have anything to do here. So our hospitalities, our businesses, our community, and just be a part of it with us.
Thank you.
Yep.
No further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Wizard.
Yes, sir.
Congratulations again. All right, moving on to item 10. 10A, we've already completed. 10B, discussion of possible action on appointing an individual to fill the unexpired term of the mayor. Mr. De La Rosa.
Okay, this is an item for your consideration. Should you wish to act on filling the mayor's seat this evening or tabling to another day?
I think with the absence of Alderman Sandor, I'd like to table the motion, if that's good with everybody on board.
Absolutely.
Good? All right, so we'll table the motion. Item C, discussion of possible action on removing Bert Henry as a signatory on the village bank accounts. Mr. De La Rosa.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem and Alderman, I seek authorization to go ahead and now that Mayor Henry has resigned, to remove him as signatory from all of our bank accounts.
Okay. Alderman, you got anything? No. Alderman Dunn?
No question.
No comment, Donald? Is there any public comments on this? No. I'll entertain a motion.
Make a motion, Mayor Pro Tem, that we remove Mr. Bert Henry as a signatory from the village's bank account as written.
Alderman McDonald has made a motion to approve item C as presented. That's a second. Second. Alderman Laster has seconded. Any discussion?
Question.
So the motion's been made to discuss removing Bert Henry as a signatory theater. All those in favor say yes.
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 All those in favor, no. Any abstentions? Goes 4-0. Item D, discussion and possible action on adding an additional signatory to the village bank accounts and reapproving Alderman Zach Hurst and Village Administrator Manuel De La Rosa signatures. Mr. De La Rosa.
Okay, it's always good to have an alternate. Generally, the mayor and the administrator generally sign the checks. We get them weekly, if not every other week, but we try to pay our bills as soon as they come in. It is my recommendation that you name another individual to be that. Generally, Mayor Hurst was one, Mayor Henry was one, and the Mayor Pro Tem was the alternate. So if you wish to table it, you may until Alderman Sandor is back, but you can always name two alternates. My recommendation is that we need just one additional, because generally the two of us are generally around and checks get signed timely. Yes. Just in the event one of us is out.
I would motion that we table it until Alan is available.
Okay. You guys good with that? Table it?
Yeah, okay. I'm ready to go.
Okay.
I mean, I'm ready to make a motion, but not that one. But it's okay if that's what we want to do.
All right, we'll go ahead and table it till Alderman Sandor gets here. Item E, discussion of possible action to reject all statements of qualifications submitted in response to the request for qualifications for auditing services. Mr. De La Rosa.
Yes, sir. We received two statements of qualifications, one from the firm of Armstrong, Vaughn and Associates, PE, and the second from Singleton, Clark and Company, PC. It is my recommendation that we did not get enough firms to submit their statement of qualifications for us to make a decision on more options. So there's enough time to go out and solicit. Again, we would publish notice next week, follow the deadline to publications, and still have enough time to get someone in by the end of the year and then complete it. Certainly meet our deadline at like March 1st, I think is the deadline. So.
Okay. Alderman Laster, you got any questions?
Yes. Do we, are either of those, are both of those new auditing companies?
No, sir. As a matter of fact, the first one, Armstrong, Vaughn and Associates, is our current city auditor.
Okay, and then Singleton obviously is a new candidate.
It's a new candidate, yes.
And your recommendation is to seek some additional?
Mine is that you reject these. Mm-hmm. We will notify them, and then we will solicit new statement of qualifications.
Okay. Thank you.
Alderman Dunn?
No questions.
Alderman McDonald? No questions. Any public comments? No? I'll entertain a motion then.
Make a motion to approve item E as presented.
Got a motion by Alderman McDonald to approve E as presented. Is there a second?
Second.
Alderman Dunn, second. Any discussion?
Question.
All those in favor of approving E as presented, say yes.
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 All those in against, say no. No. Any substentions? That passes 4-0. Item F, discussion and possible action on allowing alcoholic beverages from Barrow Brewing Company in Pace Park on November 7th through the 9th, 2025, as part of the 64th Annual Scottish Gathering and Highland Games. Mr. De La Rosa.
Okay, Alderman, as part of the annual Scottish Gathering at Pace Park, there's been a request to allow beverages, alcoholic beverages from Barrel Brewing. That you can only have alcohol at Pace Park with the village's approval. So with that is, I am recommending approval of allowing, and this is very specifically written to allow Barrel Brewing beverages on site. They're not selling there, it's coming across the bridge or however way they get there, but only from Barrel Brewing. So in other words, if, should any other person decide to bring alcoholic beverages to the park, and it's not from Barrel, it's prohibited. If they're, remember, they're using the creek area for their athletic area, so if they're somewhere else, it would be obvious. I mean, if they're sitting at the picnic table consuming some type of alcoholic beverage, then obviously they're not part of that, right? The idea is still a family park, right? So generally, the alcohol beverages pertains to events, activities, but we certainly don't want anybody taking advantage of it. Setting up shop and I'm selling. No, right? So it will be monitored.
So one kind of special exception just for this event?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So we had it at FinFest here recently. The Board of Aldermen approved a vendor, right? So we've had it in the past. This time I wrote it very specifically as we're getting better at this.
Just, we've done this before, obviously, but at FinFest most recently, that was somebody selling in Pace Park.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
So just for clarification here, they're not actually selling in Pace Park. It's just that they're going to walk across the bridge with a beverage.
I had that very specific conversation, and that's what I was told.
Okay.
That's all.
So no other TABC license could even do that anyways, because
that is
they
correct.
can't go from one. So they're the only ones. So the people that are there, they're crossing. Okay, got it. Okay, no other questions.
Alderman Gong?
Are we legally covered for insurance for the community? Are we protected? Are
Yeah.
we indemnified?
Yeah, I had that conversation with Ms. Jones with the Salado Museum, and they opted that they were going to provide the coverage, and that is here. So not only do you see the request written both by the Salado Museum, but also from Barrel Brewing Company, and then you'll see the certificate of liability insurance, and at the bottom left, you'll see the certificate holder to which they named the village. The first one did not. We sent it back. We're not listed. So obviously, if there's any incidents, this is the person they're going to go after, right? Potentially the Salado Museum in College Park. Maybe Barrel Brewing, because they're on this letter, and us third, right? The city is sovereign. It's very difficult to sue us.
Okay. May I ask another question? So I understand it's going, and I'm using the word barrel because you're using barrel as part of the conversation.
And I'm using it because it's in the letter.
Because it's in the letter, and I'm okay with that. So in other words, if I was for any other alcohol provider in the village, such as for Chupacabra or Harry's or a glass of wine, is that authorized in the village in the Pace Park area as well, or is it only Barrow alcohol that we're discussing?
Glass is prohibited.
Well, how about a cup or a
yes,
plastic?
but if it has another name from another vendor, I'm sure that they will be asked to throw it away.
Understood.
We seek voluntary compliance before we, right?
I get
or you can leave.
And I understand that perfectly. Okay. I am satisfied with my answer. Thank you, Mr. De La Rosa.
Is there any public comments on this item?
Linda Reynolds, 1110 Mill Creek Drive. Two things. Number one, if it's rainy, that bridge doesn't go up, and then the issue is, I'm not sure what. Would people be walking across the Main Street Bridge to get over to there with alcoholic beverages or not? Number one. Number two, I think you should close down the playground area, where there are children with disabilities and whatnot who use that playground regularly. But I think it should be closed down during this episode because I think they're going to be drinking and throwing things at times. So I'm just wondering if that's a possibility, just to let residents know it'd be better to not have children. I know children are at the barrels all the time. That's acceptable for there, but I'm worried about the playground and children coming, because children come from out of town too to use that playground. Just a thought. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Yeah. Mayor Pro Tem and Alderman, there will be orange fencing. It'll be staked in. They'll have some additional fencing, and they'll have porta potties. So I'm not anticipating anybody utilizing the park area. I understand the concerns, but I also believe that the park should be open to the families that want to take their children to the playground. And that's why we will monitor alcoholic beverages utilization at the playground. Should those children go into the athletic field, well, that's between them and their parents. But I think it's as safe as possible with the orange, with the fencing. With the fencing up, yes. It's going to go up, and I sent you that diagram.
Yeah.
Yes. And they are certainly working very closely with us to make it as safe as possible, even for their spectators, because they'll have seating outside of the fencing on the creek side of that event. And the porta potties are going to be northwest corner of that area, up against the limestone quarry blocks.
You had one more question?
Mr. McDonald already asked for one relative to insurance. And lastly, is this a kind of a collaborative effort with Barrows, and everything went well in terms of that agreement?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like the follow-up response you gave to the issue of the planning on the orange netting and the protection of those children up there. So thank you for doing that.
Yes, sir. And by the way, they are going to be hiring some of our police officers. So Chief Fields and his officers, my understanding, they're not going to all, or maybe not even be on the city's dime. They're going to be paid by the Salado Museum at a rate that the chief discussed with one of their board members.
Okay.
Okay.
Any question?
Additional question. So in simple terms again, so for the activities that are going to occur there, what I would call in State Park proper, there's the high ground where the playground is, and there's the low ground, which is by the water line. Majority, am I saying this right? The majority of the events for the games are going to be at the low line or the low land areas?
All athletic activities will be on the low areas, not anywhere near the hill.
And if there's
where
any
the playground.
child throwing, it's because Scottish parents did that. I understand.
Yes.
It's a real sporting event, just saying that out loud. I grew up in that way. So thank you.
Is there any more public comments? All right, I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve agenda item 10F as stated.
Alderman Dunst has made the motion to approve 10F as presented. Seconded by Alderman Lassiter. Is there any discussion?
Question.
Question. All those in favor, say yes.
Yes.
All those against? The passes 4-0. Item G, discussion and possible action on selecting and approval a healthcare coverage plan starting December 1st, 2025 through November 30th, 2026. A dental coverage plan starting December 1st, 2025 through November 30th, 2026. And C, a vision coverage plan starting December 1st, 2025 through November 30th, 2026. Mr. De La Rosa.
Okay, I'm going to ask our broker, Mr. Richard Walker, to come up to the lectern and speak to you. This is the insurance plan that's up there on you're on the screen. Plus also, for all of us that can't see and that wear glasses, I've given you this so it makes it much easier to follow. I'm going to let Mr. Walker kind of walk you through all of this, and then I'll answer any questions at the end.
Thank you. Alderman and Mayor Pro Tem, thank you very much for allowing me to come before you tonight and speak with you.
Welcome.
I've been affiliated now with the city for many years, over the last 20. Prior with TML in my history, retired from those guys, been independent now for several years, been the city's broker now for 3 years. During that time, I've grown to an affinity for the Village of Salado, meaning I'm very sensitive when I hear about an employee's issue or concerns or needs, things like that. I came up about 3 weeks ago and met at this table with the city leadership, executive leadership. We discussed the current benefits, good, bad, indifferent, budget. Certainly, that's always on number one slot. And then outcome. From that meeting, I took one item away, was that our current dental plan, which is with a good company, Guardian, and Vision is also with Guardian, but it was inadequate. So I took it back to Marketplace. Guardian was not able to affect the need, which is an increased limit for dental benefits. I took it to the 2 other carriers that we do business with, Blue Cross and also Standard Life. And Standard Life came back immediately with a $2,000, so a $500 increase to get $2,000 benefit per employee at a reduced cost over what the current rate is for the dental plan at $1,500. So I'm very proud to deliver that one, Standard Life. Standard also has the city's life insurance, which is a schedule of 2.5 times their annual salary, plus an accidental death benefit, so double that if there were an accidental death or dismemberment, loss of a hand, foot, so forth, benefit. And on behalf of the officers that you've seen tonight, in which encompasses over 50% of the employees of the village, I added at no cost to the city a line of duty benefit, which gives the officers a triple accidental death. So if death was by accident, it'd be 7.5 times their annual salary to the beneficiary. So I'm very proud of that as well. First of the year, we had a call at the agency that there was a violent and sad situation happened up here at City Hall, and it cost several people emotional time, meaning fears, concerns, stress. I reached out again to my vendors that I do business with, which is the entire marketplace. Standard again stepped up and they added EAP, which is a counseling, grief counseling, family counseling, will preparation, a lot of services in that, again, at no cost to the city. So the Standard twice this year has stood tall for the Village of Salado. So it's my strong recommendation that we terminate relationship 12-1 with the Guardian, not because they're a bad company or they've done a bad service, but because they haven't stepped up like the Standard has. So my recommendation to the city would be continue with the Blue Cross plan that we currently have. The employees enjoy that plan. It's competitive by marketplace, which is what this particular spreadsheet shows. I do have some lower premiums listed up there, but those lower premiums are developed by increasing the cost to the employee, meaning more out-of-pocket expense, higher ER costs, things like that. So the council, we determined jointly that that's not the best offer for the city. If we're going to attract and retain good key employees at the Village of Salado, we need to have that kind of contract in place. Where I come from on the contract, I really look at the provider depth, and with the Blue Cross contract, if an employee, God forbid, has to go to MD Anderson, as an example, your specialists are going to be a network. I'm concerned with Baylor not being able to cover that if they go out of network. And then United is a good carrier, but they're 20% higher than your Blue Cross plan that we'll be renewing at 7.7% increase. So my final recommendation then to the city would be to continue with Blue Cross at the same plan that's currently in place, and then have the package of the life, dental, and vision with Standard Life, and delete or end the contract with the Guardian 12/1. And all of these changes will go into effect December 1st.
Alderman Lasseter, you got any questions?
Yes, thank you for your work.
Yes, sir. It's, I've got a little over 50 years in this business, so I've heard it, I've seen it, I feel it. I'm actually in a retired state, but I'm busier now than I've ever been.
Well,
The small cities like Salado, all over the state, I cover the entire state of Texas. Appraisal districts, housing authorities, water districts. The fear of the increasing cost, what happens to us when we have a major claim, cancer, those type of things, it's a common thread that I always hear. So my effort is for not only the district or the community, the city, but for that employee. So that's where that comes from, all that work.
Is this a plan, Mr. De La Rosa, that is all encompassing for our staff, or just full-time only?
Full-time.
It is all full-time, so,
Okay.
yeah.
Would police, maintenance, administrative, all of that?
Maintenance is part-time or seasonal, so they're not covered by this. You must be a 40-hour or week employee, so.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
Okay. And
there's only one class. We don't have any kind of tiering for upper management or middle management or anything like that. Everyone has the same class.
have you, as city administrator, been happy with, are you
Yes, sir.
concurrent with him and these changes that you recommend?
I am,
we
and,
accept?
yes, sir. Not only that, Ms. Pence, Ms. Spinks, and our accountant, Christy Spiegel, all sat in.
Okay.
They know the employees, some of them know better. So we did this last year when we looked at this plan. We thought about doing a lesser plan, but the problem is we do have veterans that work for us. They have benefits through the VA, but should they not be able to get into the VA, or they have to go elsewhere, or they're traveling, then they need some type of coverage. So some of them actually, get the free coverage unless they sign not for it. So it's their option. But any one of us that still travels anywhere else, we are limited as soon as we leave with like Baylor Scott and White or the others. So it allows that flexibility. It is a 7.79 increase. We budgeted at 10% months ago, not knowing what it was going to look like. So we were very happy that we were certainly below that.
Yeah, and I was tickled that we were able to pull in a discount for that dental and increase the benefits.
Yes.
So we actually came in below what our current rate is.
Well, I think you answered my last question, and that was in our budget for this new year's, starting in October, we amply covered the increased expense and actually have a little surplus left over, plus added benefits we didn't have this past year.
Yes,
That's
sir.
great. That's great news. Thank you all for doing that. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir. And I'd like to just add a caveat that it's my goal somewhere down this road to be able to roll in a health reimbursement account, a little side fund, a debit card for the employees to help with out-of-pocket expenses, co-pays, and so forth. So one day, when that happens, we can do all of that. So.
All right.
Thank you.
Alderman Dunn. So the current plan, the renewal plan that you're recommending, is that Blue Cross Blue Shield?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. So that's what it is. And then obviously United Healthcare is just not competitive. So yeah, I got it. No other questions. I think we've got them answered. Alderman McDonald.
I do have a question. Questions for Chief. Were you briefed on this health plan prior to? Has your team been spoken to about it? Do you have any insight on this health plan with youth recovery? Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
All right. No more questions. Thank you. Do you have any public comments? No? All right, I'll entertain a motion on 10G. Make a motion to approve 10G as written.
Alderman Dunch made a motion to approve 10G as presented. Any second?
Second.
Seconded by Alderman McDonald. Any discussion?
Question.
All those in favor of approving 10G as presented, say yes.
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 All those against? Then all abstain. That passes 4-0. All right, H, discussion of possible action on awarding a construction contract for the Williams Road K-Tempo Sidewalk Project, text dot CSJ 0909-36187 to Westar Construction Incorporated. Mr. De La Rosa.
Okay, I also left at the dais for you the interlocal agreement between the village and the Salado Independent School District. It was entered, I believe, in February of this year. So, yes. The Williams Road Sidewalk Project was one of those programs, one of those funded by TxDOT through the KTMPO, that we did not have the funds to be able to proceed. It was actually not going to move forward. The school district reached out to us and said, wait a minute, how about if we get benefit of this grant through you? You're the grant holder, and we will pay the city's portion, the construction and engineering. So based on that, they made a determination that it was going to be in their best interest to take the grant, and with that grant, and even what they were paying for the city's portion, it was something that they could get better than what they could get on their own. So there was some savings. So I wanted to provide that for you because I hadn't realized that most of you hadn't seen it. The award the design has been completed. It's been bid out, and now they MRB has made a recommendation for here it is, Westar Construction Inc. As the apparent low bidder, and they meet all the qualifications. No reason to disqualify them. So there's that award letter in there, and it is my recommendation that we award it as based on the engineer's recommendation, as they vetted all of the. There was a bid tabulation that I did not make a copy for you, but if you go to the next page, you can see all of the bidders and the price list. So they actually went through, tabulated, verified it. So in other words, I believe that our city engineers have done their due diligence in making that recommendation. They're here, and I'm sure Mr. Solomon Thomas, our project manager, can certainly speak to that since he was here for the bid opening. Any questions? Any questions for me?
On the last one? Alderman.
So competitive bid was put out there. Did this go through the school board too? Did they review the numbers? Should they have a skin in this? They have skin in this game too, or is it all depending on our approval?
Yeah, I think he can speak. Our communications with Dr. Ted Smith, and he deals with the school board. So, and I'll let Mr. Thomas answer.
So Dr. Smith was here at the bid opening. He's informed, but he doesn't have decision-making power because the grant, y'all have the grant through K-Tempo, and so y'all have to make the decision. I mean, if y'all get advice from him or whatever, but no, we didn't seek his.
But did the school board put up any matching funds?
They have all the funds. The agreement that's in here basically says that they were going to put funds in escrow with us. They kept them. We're okay with it because they track everything. We get invoices from MRB. We send them to them, and they pay them. So it's kind of even better. It's their money. They're paying it out of their bonds.
Okay.
So
yeah.
I don't want to call it a breach because we communicate very often on these projects. So
my thing is we added to they're paying part of it through their bond money. Is that true or false?
That is true.
Okay. So Okay, so but they didn't have any decisions on, given they're putting part of their money as part of, from the school bond, on approving who got awarded the business. That was solely on us.
So from an engineering perspective, I made a recommendation to the village because y'all are my clients.
Okay.
From that point, whether you discuss it with Salado ISD or not, I mean, it's y'all's purview. I did not get permission from Salado ISD.
Okay.
The agreement spells out all the terms.
Do we need, what's that?
The agreement spells out, it's a 4-page agreement, spells out all the terms.
Okay.
Any other questions?
No.
Alderman McDonald?
No questions. Thank you, Mr. Stone.
I do have, since Alderman Sandor couldn't be here, he did want me to read this out loud. Because I, Alderman Alan Sandor, am in favor of approving agenda item 10H as written. I do understand that my absence tonight disqualifies me for a vote. However, it is my understanding that these funds are not being paid out of the general fund nor any fund that this Board of Aldermen represents or controls. It is also my understanding that this project will have a net zero financial impact on our taxpayers. I hope that the board will consider approval of this project tonight so that we may move forward sooner rather than later for the overall betterment of Salado and its future growth. Thank you. Alan Sandor. Right. I don't have any questions. Any public comments? No? All right. I'll entertain a motion.
Make a motion for approving item H as presented.
Alderman McDonald made a motion to approve H as presented. Any seconds?
Second.
Seconded by Alderman Dunch. Any discussion?
Question?
All those in favor? Say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. All those against? Any abstentions? Passes 4-0. Item I, discussion and possible action on MRB Group Task Order number 001 pertaining to professional services for West Village Road reconstruction. Mr. Della Rosa.
Okay, Mayor and Alderman, this is more for me to bring up to speed on what the West Village Road may cost you for engineering and design. If you look at task order number 001, you look down at number 3 fee, you'll see $935,475. So the portal is active. The portal is active with the federal government that allows us to continue to move forward. This is an idea what it looks like based on the scope of work that was much larger. Remember we said about reducing the scope of work, reducing the right-of-way, not making the boulevard, just making some improvements, improving some drainage or whatever else needs to be improved in that area. If we're still in agreement with that, the scope of work that I will ask, or a task order, will be something to change that scope. I'll need some drawings, some exhibits, just to submit to the grant tour, which is, it comes to the Housing and Urban Development Group, okay? So I've got to meet some of those requirements, but the task order is based on that. If everything was equal and we were going to move forward and acquire land, right? Some of this requires acquisition of land along Eagle Heights, tracts that were not conveyed to the village, like Eagle Heights conveyed 40 feet of land. By the D.R. Horton building, you can see where there's a large gap. So as you go further, as you're going from north to south, you got D.R. Horton, they've conveyed land. Eagle Heights conveyed some land. There's 2 property owners on either side of one of the streets there that did not. We would have to acquire it, maybe purchase it, or go through condemnation. You go further south, you've got a section of roadway that's still in the county, and then you come up to the school property. So rather than go through any type of land acquisition, some of it we can probably be reasonable, 10, 20 feet, because it's kind of offset, right? Everything's kind of developed on the eastern side of West Village. Everything was going to undeveloped was the western side. But whether it stays right at 60, 70 feet, because it's going to narrow from about 100 feet down to like 70 feet down by the school district at Thomas Arnold, right? It wasn't even a very very symmetrically, rectangular build out. So we just got to work through some of those. But I do want to reduce that scope so it's more affordable. So, and then that brings our price down and our matching. Remember, your award is 5.5 million. You're somewhere upwards of 10 million in construction, and it doesn't even include your engineering. So, if I recall correctly, and Solomon can correct me, when I first saw that engineer was higher than this amount. So, again, very preliminary numbers, but we should reduce that scope to something much more manageable, close to the 5.5 or slightly larger. But it is not a main thoroughfare. It connects you from Williams Road to Thomas Arnold. So it's got two endpoints, right? Intersections. So you will have some commercial. So it shouldn't be 60 feet. It should be slightly larger because it's zoned for commercial on both sides, but you're still going to have the elementary school down at that southern end of that area. It's my understanding, speaking with Dr. Smith, that the elementary school will move out of there, so potentially we could improve some of that area where the ball fields are at, and maybe create parking in that area as part of this project, because parking for parents going to schools is important, so at least get them off the main roadway, whether it's another lane or something, right? So those kind of things. So those are the discussions. I leave it as discussion and action in case you want to tell me to do something, right? Some type of direction. I'm not anticipating for you to approve this. Just think about it and get with me. Let me know what you're thinking so I can kind of think what everybody's doing so I know exactly how to proceed forward. It was awarded about a year ago, maybe a year and 2 months. It's a 7-year project, but the way that HUD sends me emails very often, they want this project moving forward. They want those funds spent, not 7 years from now.
Great.
But based on your funding, you may be waiting when you refinance your tax note, it's called a refunding, and potentially issue some debt for this to pay for your engineering design and your portion of construction. So we'll have to work on these numbers.
Mr. De La Rosa, can we see that drawing? Because if I recall correctly, they designed it like the Taj Mahal initially. Like they asked for everything in the kitchen sink, including, if I'm not mistaken, a turnaround, like a turnabout that was
kind of a roundabout on the north end,
and all that,
and a boulevard on the northern end, but it narrowed down.
And, it was
yeah.
So I don't know. I mean, no wonder it's 10 million or whatever the price tag is. I mean, that's
you don't need a roundabout.
Have a dream, but where are we? What we're seeing here, where are we at now? Is it still that original plan?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Because I've had no funding to pay our engineers to do some of this, right? So what I'm thinking is whatever that scope is, just to give me some conceptual drawings so you've got a better idea what it is, what's a good workable space, we will likely have to utilize some of those funds for those tax notes. Remember, those tax notes and what we've done was not only to do Royal Street, but for some other areas, some other improvements, including some engineering, including land acquisition. I am not proposing land acquisition. I think it should be reasonable for commercial streets greater than 60, because that's a local roadway. That's a residential. It needs to be greater than that, but it doesn't need to be 80, 90 or so. You don't have that kind of traffic driving from one end of town to the other. It's between two roadways.
Yeah, but not yet. But there's housing and a lot of growth. There's a school there.
You're going to have more commercial, yes.
Yeah,
and school traffic.
You're going to need that bigger space, longer term. I don't know what the projections are, but I think we.
Yeah, you need a lane to stack cars so they're not in the main lanes, specifically because of the school being in that area. So. It was just for discussion.
Okay.
No real reason to worry too much tonight.
Okay, good to know. But can we get any of those drawings initial?
Yes, sir. I can send them to you. I've got them.
I think that would just be helpful to get a level set for now.
Right. Exactly.
Thanks.
Go ahead, Mr.
One of you do.
Thank you. Yeah, I follow Alderman Dunge's comments and thoughts. I'd like to see some of the conceptual again, and not opposed to moving forward, but I don't have it fixed in my head yet. So whatever we could do to move it along, I want to do that, but I'm a little loose in getting it tied together. So if we can make some progress on that, that would be great.
I'll send you the original sketches that are there.
Okay.
That are there. Yeah.
Okay.
We've not worked on anything since. And those were done before I was here.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Del Rosa, is it possible, sir, that, I know you're going to send that to us, and I'm grateful for that. Is it possible that we have a resource that we can actually print these plans out in larger legible print so we can actually come in and like look at them on a table, things of that nature? Do we have that ability to do that?
I can give them to you like on a, what is it,
I think that would be useful in the grand scope of it all.
Are they free?
Good
question.
We'll bill you later. Yeah, don't worry, it's all part of the ticket.
Notice I didn't ask Solomon.
Yeah. So I'm grateful for the kindness in that question. I really am. Okay. And any changes, and this is the extra part where I don't expect any other comments, to be direct, fairly, but any changes that we do or as we address this, change the format, the design, things of that nature, to get updated prints based on that conception as well, because I think it's good for me to see that. I like to see it in hand, and I think it's also good for the community to be able to sometimes come in and just be an inspectable item for them to look at.
Okay.
That's all. Thank you. Thank you, by the way, really. No
Yes,
further
thank
questions.
you. Any public comments? No? All right, we're taking no action on I. Moving to J, discussion of possible action on MRB Group Task Order Number 002 pertaining to professional services for a wastewater treatment plant expansion. Mr. De La Rosa.
Okay, this pertains to the $1.5 million grant award from the EPA, the Federal Environmental Protection Agency. Your portion, 1.5 comes from the feds, 375,000 comes from you. So 1,875,000, and that is if it stays within that price range. If it goes over, it's on you. Okay? So Armand Hunt, which is our wastewater engineer, and it has certainly done some work, and I believe the amount was, the village has already spent 70,000, okay, on work. If we were to request reimbursement right now, we would get, I believe he told me 56 or 66,000, something like that. Our, the minus 20%. Here's the problem. If I ask for the money, then you've obligated yourself to move forward. And the problem is, you don't have the 375,000. So the questions I'm having, the conversations I'm having with our financial advisor is, how do we move forward? You're not going to like this, but it was suggested tax notes in the event that we don't generate enough revenue to pay the debt for the approximate 400,000, right? We say 375,000. If it's a little over, we may do. So you might go another 100,000, right? So instead of 375, you're 475. You run that up to 500. They take out their fees, right? Because you got to pay your consultants and all that. You're back down to about 475, 450. But the point is, you don't have that fund. So the conversation is maybe we can go get some bank loans and do that. That has its own problems. I've got a call tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. with MRB staff with the Texas Water Development Board. Low interest loan. Let me tell you about low interest loans. They're 20-year periods. They start out, after 10 years, you can generally pay them off. That 20 years got a lot of interest. You pay a lot of money. And according to Brooke Thompson, which is the grant writer, if I want to throw in, and also Armand Hunt, the engineer, if I throw in that I want the engineering in that amount, then I've got to go through a procurement, which sets me out a year. If I take out the engineering and I just go for the construction, it's faster, but then you've got to come up with about $70,000. $70,000 you don't have. Okay? None of this is pretty. That's the logistics that I'm dealing with, trying to figure out exactly how to finance your project. So I will figure something out, but I needed to at least bring this to your attention. They're ready to pull the trigger. We're going to need that capacity in the very near future. I just sent you an email. Sanctuary is moving forward on their commercial side around Bloomberg's. I've got a meeting later on this month. I've got development across the the other side of the interstate, Southern Oaks, that needs about 200,000 gallons. Yeah, I think, it's, or maybe 100,000. Some number. It's late. But the point is, if we use it there and I don't have enough to give Sanctuary, I'm concerned. You want to increase it from the current 200,000 to 300. I think that's what it's 100,000. So we need to increase it to 300,000. We're not able to provide wastewater to developments along 2268 that we're about to get a petition for release of an TGA, about 260 acres, because we don't have capacity and they don't want to pay for it. Now let me tell you about how you collect your monies. If I was to go get water from Salado Water or Schwartner Water or Gerald Schwartner Water, I pay tariffs and I pay for all of those connection fees up front. Right. Other cities, if you connect it to my sewer, you pay the impact fees up front based on so many LUEs. That is not the way this village has been collecting, and that is not what these developers are accustomed to. They don't like paying it. They pass it to the builder, and you're collecting it one house at a time. And gentlemen, that is not normal, which is why there's a certain dislike for me. That is not the way it operates in the real world. You pay it, you need it, so when you issue debt, you can pay for those improvements, those expansions. So I am certainly trying to figure out how to get you the debt that you need, or the funds that's going to be your debt, without having that passed on to the non-sewer customers. So I'm thinking through, Mr. Taylor is willing to help us with providing, revisiting our impact fees, revisiting our service rate fees. Two different sections of state law we got to follow. Okay? I don't know whether we're collecting enough impact fees. I don't know. You're certainly barely covering some of your operations. Okay? Repairs that we're doing to your sewer system. Let me tell you, Main Street, low pressure line with no access points to be able to clean it out. Right? It's got dips. It's not a force main that's under constant pressure. Those dips, when people's grinder pumps aren't working, the solids, the biosolids, stay in that dip, and over time they harden. Well, what do you think is going to clog it up? So when we don't have access, I can't clean that out, and I got to clean that up. So I'm having to get an access point and go with the flow to a manhole. And your manholes are very far apart. Not very well designed. Okay? I saw this in 2011. One of my employers here in Central Texas, it didn't work there, and they even had to change it out to gravity lines. You're going to continue having a problem with that line. Okay?
I didn't hear that.
The gravity lines, low pressure gravity lines, another city that I worked for 14 years ago now, in Central Texas, had that same system, and they've replaced it with gravity lines. Right? Here's where you're doing a disservice to your customers. They put a grinder pump in a well somewhere way back, then they have to push it 200-300 feet to the street. That's a long ways, where they should have run gravity lines up to the roadway, put the grinder pump near there, short run into a low pressure line. So they're having problems, we're having problems, because the system's not really working for you. And we saw this, like I said, 14 years ago.
Wasn't engineered well.
No, it was engineered according to what you could afford to pay. And I am fairly sure that that's how it was designed. Because once it's designed, it's built, it's your problem. It's a maintenance and operation. Yeah. I'm a practitioner. I'm the guy that gets called out at 2 a.m. to go fix those things. Fortunately for us, I don't have to do that, but I take the calls because we contract those services. Okay? So, still involved. You're in the wastewater business. Back in 2015, when you issued debt to get in the wastewater, you got in the water business. So, and if you're going to continue to grow, you need to be able to manage that growth, and you need to have some authority over your water and sewer, right? So, somewhere along the way, we're going to have to address some of these long-term issues that you're going to have. Today's is, how do we come up with the $375,000 that you're already obligated by a grant? So I'm working through those for options for you. Wanted to present this. Mr. Thomas really wasn't going to speak on this, but he's here. I mean, but certainly Mr. Taylor knows it, and he is MRB Deputy Chief Operations Officer. Okay? And he's a PE, so.
Right. Alderman Lassiter, you got anything?
Could you just guesstimate for me what that cost on the sewer repair that y'all did on Main Street is going to be?
That sewer repair, yeah, that most recent one, about $11,500.
Thank you.
And the village paid that, right?
Pardon me?
The village paid that.
The village will be paying that.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead. Alderman Dunk.
And this is the expansion of the current sewer system, right?
Yes, sir. You're
I'm
utilizing.
going to ask a very naive question here, but I'm just going to put it out there. We have a bond. Can that bond be restructured?
You already
we paid a lot of that down, but
you've already refunded it several years ago. You already refinanced it some. I've seen the documents, and currently it's going through what's called arbitrage. It's going through an audit to make sure that we met all the timely spending those bonding.
That we're trying to figure out a way that wouldn't impact the current rate to taxpayers, but it gives you the money. But
you did this. I've seen the documents. As a matter of fact, I saw the financial advisor today, along with the arbitrage, the auditor that's doing that, to make sure that we're compliant. The banks want this information.
I don't have any questions. We got.
Oh my God.
But in this conversation, look, Alderman Sanders spends a lot of time with me, understands some of the construction, so you don't. He sits with me and we look at this. He understands development, but at the same time, part of the education process is that we should be collecting impact fees up front, and the moment you connect, how they sell their lots, so that's their business, right? But you've connected to our system that our current ratepayers are paying for, not only for the lift stations, the lines that are on the ground, and that wastewater treatment plant. Your sewer plant is designed for 200,000 gallons currently, and we're utilizing 26% of it. So it can handle more, but if you get several large developments moving in, or the commercial, not knowing exactly, because there is no wastewater analysis utilization that Sanctuary is going to need, so we are guessing based on acreage, what they might, and what the LUE. But it's commercial. I have no idea what to base it on. Residential, I can, and some local retail, much easier. We know, and this, I recall now, it's 100,000 gallons that Rosamond's group needed. So we have that capacity to utilize that. And I think I was asked by one of you, can we utilize that now and then build? Yes. But if you utilize it and we don't figure out this 400,000 deficit that we need to close that gap, you have just used up your capacity somewhere else. So, yeah. So no action now.
No action, but I have a question. All right. So for clarity, when you say 100,000 gallon capacity, is that per day or is that
per day? Per
day. That's an important moment for clarity. The next piece.
It's designed for 200,000. The increase will be another 100,000, making it a total of 300,000. That is the maximum amount of capacity you can have per day for the unit that is there. So based on size of land, you can only add another unit for another 300,000 gallons. So that site, which is landlocked, will only generate, it can only handle 600,000 gallons per day maximum. Yes.
All right, so the next part is known. This is the conversation I want to have too as well. Known. Known that 200,000 based on our ongoing agreement with Sanctuary Development, that they are at least at a minimum banking on the 200,000. Am I saying that correctly? Or some version thereof? They know that they have access to up to 200,000 currently. And the 100,000 that you're discussing will not only guarantee that, but also give us a buffer for any future development as well based on the conversation.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how they came up with the 200,000 and why they stopped there.
Right.
But the way the agreement is written, whatever capacity they need in the future, it's on you to deliver. And it's not based on 200,000 or any number of it.
It's on any number. So in other words, we could put 600,000 gallons out there and they can knock on the door one day and say, yeah, we need all of that.
For the 3 tracts of land.
Yeah. Okay. So the next part of my question is based on funding and financing. About to become unpopular. Here we go. So my question is this: is there a mechanism? And I'm just going to ask a general conversation, and you can tell me the legal piece of it all. Is there a mechanism that instead of the whole of a community who may or may not be on that sewer system, is there a mechanism out there to only raise the rates on those who are using?
Yes, sir. And that was part of the conversation. And this is what it is. To issue a sewer revenue bond, and I've issued both sewer and water revenue bonds, very similar to tax notes, but they are much longer term. And if they're issued, they can't be stopped. No petition can stop the issuance of these. Okay. So what they are, but the only way they're going to get issued is if you can show that you have sufficient funds to pay the debt and that your system is financially operating.
Right.
We only got in the black last year and this year, and both, one was 70,000 and this year I think you're 50,000, and we hadn't even got all the bills that were done in September.
I understand.
So financially, your financial advisor, Christina Lane with Samco Samco Capital Group, is concerned that you may not be able to qualify. So the other option would be the Texas Water Development Board. They will, different sets of rules, a state agency, they operate, but the terms are horrible. And then the regulatory compliance of paperwork is long term. Okay? So it's cheaper. It's not cheaper. It's a low interest loan, but for a very long period of time, they certainly are making money from this.
So, my follow-up question to that is, so let's just pretend that we get lucky and we apply for the amount of money that's the longer term, better rate based on what you just said, and it is designed to be technically paid for only by those who are currently hooked up to the sewer system. That also includes anybody in the future who's hooked up to that sewer system to make up that quote-unquote lost revenue in that conversation.
And that's the reason I had the conversation with Mr. Taylor.
So am I tracking this properly?
Yes. So that, because to impose the new rate structures or impact fees, you must have these studies. We have a study that needs to be revisited, amended, and most likely increased.
So what you're explaining to myself and the rest of the board members is that we're kind of between a rock and a hard place on this.
Yeah, I'm not in favor of tax notes or the sewer revenue bonds that you issue are based on. It can be on the system paying for it, but in the event that it doesn't collect enough, then you have to collect it through the taxes.
Right, and so what my point to be made is maybe more towards the board direction, is that if we issue a tax note on something like this, and I'm just going to do a waive. We're going to issue a tax note. That means every taxpayer that's paying taxes in the Village of Salado, regardless if they're on that system or not, are going to get hit with the bill on this. But we'll get what we want in simple terms. But there's a lot of splatter on that conversation. Okay, pardon the description. However, However, pursuing it where the actual utilizers of the system are paying the note functionally does not hold those individuals in the community accountable for that tax. We still get where we need to be. It may be a harder road to get there, but in my gut right now, that tells me that's the most ethical thing to possibly do on this conversation.
It's increased the rates.
Yes, and that's that. So
Now-
you're answering my questions, and I know I'm having a responsive conversation with you and the board.
But think of it this way, if it's 20 years,
Yeah,
the rate increase will be minimal, but you're paying out for 20 years.
but you're paying out for 20 years.
Yeah, so it's manageable, a lot less, but for a long time.
Well, I'm not putting my head in the long time conversation. I'm putting my head in the fact of what do we need to do to get there properly with the maximum amount of effort, with the least amount of impact to the whole of the community. Because that's what I'm looking at too, because I hear that conversation all the time too.
Yeah. That was kind of where I was leaning. That way we wouldn't be imposing a property tax increase.
That's the generalized conversation that I want to have. Thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Delaware, you keep saying that but if you got a windfall for somewhere along that line, I'm assuming you could pay it off early.
10 years. Yes,
10 years is the cap. You got to at least go 10 years. Okay. Okay.
Anything else? No. Any public comments on this? And we're taking no action, right?
No.
No, sir, unless you want to tell me what to do now. I mean, if it's the Water Development Board, then give me direction and I'll start moving in that direction. Hey, you might want to ask Solomon or Mr. Taylor what they think of, about these financing. I've never asked them what they thought. I mean, it's something that I tell them what my options are, but we don't discuss financing, and I'm sure they've seen it at other cities.
Any recommendations?
Yeah, I was going to say.
I have questions.
No.
He's like, oh man.
We work with a lot of fast-growing communities that are a little bit further ahead in kind of the growth curve than the Village of Salado is. The thing that's great that you have an impact fee ordinance in place, which is fantastic because it takes about a year to put that into place, so that's great. You're ahead of the game there. What I and most of the utilities providers and cities that we work with try to do is match that impact fee to the cost of the capital improvements. In other words, if you look at the cost, the treatment plant capacity that it costs for a house, let's call it somewhere between $7,000 and $10,000 to build that treatment plant capacity. That's what we want the impact fee to be. So that would be your windfall later down the road. Is developer signs up, they want 100 houses, we're going to need $1 million. As part of that impact fee to plat those lots, put those connections in place, and that money goes straight to paying off the money that you borrowed to put the capital improvements in place in advance of those houses showing up. That makes sense.
In front, $1 million is up front.
Correct. So you can do it. You can use that capital improvement money either way. You can bank it and then pay for capital improvements that need to be done down the road, or you can reimburse yourself effectively for things that have been done in the past, or you can go straight to paying off debt. So, yeah, okay.
So my question to you, sir, then, I'm sorry, I didn't see that.
I'll go for it. Go ahead.
So my question is, because I know you've obviously heard this whole conversation between Mr. Del Rosa and I about attaching this debt to functionally this debt to the utilizers of the system currently, in other words, the current users and future users, versus the board making a decision to do a wide arm, everybody gets splatted with this tax rate that, and it's property tax increase by any other language. Have you seen, I'm sure you've seen both sides of that somewhere
Yes.
in this conversation. Where's the probability of getting approval when we're only attaching it to the utilizers of the end product?
You have the vehicles with which to do both avenues in place. So I would probably pursue both of those avenues, hoping that here's the problem.
Sure.
We've got lots that are platted that were under an impact fee that is too low to fund the required improvements.
Got it.
And you can't go back and say, hey, we only charge you $2,500. We really need another $7,500. That's not legally supported.
And I agree with you.
Yeah. So that's where we've got.
So you could do a hybrid.
Yes. So that the hybrid would be, hey, those lots that were platted that the impact fee was too low on, that's where you go with the bonds and raise the rates on users, and they would have paid that money in the form of impact fee.
Yeah.
Correct. Earlier on. So we got to raise rates there, and then the new development that's coming on, we raise the impact fees, and they pay for their portion.
Functionally, you just discussed creative financing, but the other one. I
Yeah.
understand that.
Yeah.
I get it. So my question to you is based on the 20 years, all the arm movement of the 20 year long debt with a 10-year minimum before we can do a payoff piece, because we're generally only been in the black barely for 2 years now in the conversation. What I want to know is what is considered common good numbers in those periods of time for us to look at that with confidence. That's the conversation I'm having. That might be in that direction conversation, but I know that you're up there right now. But what I'm getting to is I like to know, what does that look like? So that's an important moment. And if we don't know that answer right now, I need to know how we can turn the mechanisms for you to do to find out what that is. In other words, if you tell me that 70,000 in black last year and 50,000 in theory this year or maybe this year, I need to know what those numbers would look like to the, any other language, to the person who's going to approve that. Do we need to be at 100,000? Do we need to be at 120,000? That's the conversation I want. That's the questions I have. Does that make sense? Am I making sense? Or I'm not making sense?
I understand. So basically, he's wanting to know what level of profitability the sewer utility would need to have in order to be bondable.
That's what I want to know.
To sell bonds. Yep.
Yeah, and I think, our financial advisor will be able to give us
Yes.
what that is.
Yep.
And
Yep.
she's looking at it. And I had a conversation, a brief one today.
Yeah.
And in a couple of days, when she promised exactly, because I already told her, we've only had 2 good years.
Yeah.
So it doesn't look good. So, she's not inclined with the Water Development Board. And neither am I. I'm not a fan of the Texas Water Development Board. It's got way too many regulations. It's hard for cities like this to maintain because of the record management. It is difficult. But based that you don't have a lot of options, and we don't, it's the one I'm leaning towards. It's not what Ms. Lane's not going to recommend it. She's going to tell you that she doesn't like it. And I know why, because of the requirements it's going to place on the village. Okay? It is what it is. We just got to have to deal with it.
Sorry,
yeah, go ahead.
Manny. Just another option to throw out on the table. It doesn't necessarily have to be an all or nothing capital expenditure. For example, there's 5 or 6 different items we have in here in the cost estimate. Some of them don't have to be done to meet that treatment capacity. They were wants, not needs, to get to that 300,000 gallon a day capacity.
Okay.
Additionally, when this project got started 2 years ago, maybe the bidding environment was horrible in the utility world because the ARPA Act had flooded the market with dollars and we couldn't get in contractors and prices were through the roof. That has really changed a lot. Yes, and the bidding environment is much better. Pricing is much better in the utility world. So if I was going to recommend you something to do, it would be, let's do the soft cost portions of this. In other words, let's get it designed. Let's bid it out with alternatives, and then you have real numbers to make real decisions on in terms of like how much is our match? Is it really the full 300 grand, or can we dial it down to 200 grand? And that's going to take several months. 6-9 months, where you've got some runway to do some figuring. We can see if other developers come in. We revise the impact fee in the meantime. So, if a developer comes to the table, you've already got a shovel-ready project here to expand the plant, and you've got the impact fee in place to fund the expansion. All they got to do is sign on the dotted line and start sending checks in. So.
But I don't have the funds to compensate you now.
And it's not all up front. It would take a while. So that's the, I
Yeah.
don't, and we'd have to look at what the spend on that would be and kind of.
Yeah,
over
whether it's
time.
done in a year or a year and a half, I mean,
Yeah.
we operate in a fiscal year, we just started, so
Yeah,
in the next
it's not,
12 months-
none of it's in this year.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. So that's the difficulty Manny's got, is we've got everything's ready to go here, we don't have the money for the soft costs on this, so.
Yeah, and the soft costs are generally gonna be less than 100,000.
I can't remember, I'd have to look,
Oh,
but
is it
it's.
Oh, no, it's just 247, that's what it is, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and it's not, some of it's design phase,
Yeah.
not.
No, I was thinking about what we've already put into it.
Yeah, we have design phase money and then there's construction phase money that
Yeah.
we don't get into if we don't, until after the project's going.
So is there design that I'm trying to pay
Yes,
for?
that would be the thing to do, yeah.
So somewhere along the way, whether we borrow enough money to get that, and we pass an ordinance that says, hey, we're gonna pass it onto a fee structure to the current wastewater users, I just gotta make sure that, to get reimbursed, and Mr. Taylor said it, you have to have all these ordinances and resolutions in place before you start spending, because you can't go back. You gotta have them in place before you start. And how do I pay for those, at least that design and engineering, those soft costs right up front?
I'm looking at it from my point of view. I understand the cost of design. I truly understand all that. I'm looking at it from the grand scope of what the total cost is going to be to get the needed premium product that is necessary, not the I want to have but I need to have. That's the language I like to use. So that's what I want. If I'm going to have to, and I'm being blunt, we're all looking at it this way. If we're going to have to go to the taxpayer and say we need money for a project, we need to be able to have that articulation and be pretty straightforward on this. This is the reality.
All you got right now is about 50,000 that we could get reimbursed based on what we've already spent.
Right.
And gentlemen, the only thing I don't know is how we paid for it. I don't think it was paid out of the enterprise fund, your wastewater. I think it was paid for out of the general fund, which is partly part of what we're doing right now. We're going back and trying to audit all the projects we had and which accounts did it get paid up. We know it's general fund, a lot of these, the roads. The wastewater, I'm really thinking it came out of the general fund. You see what I'm dealing with right now?
I do
So,
understand, sir. I do.
yeah.
And
So the maximum you got is if we were to get reimbursed, I've got 50,000 that we would reallocate to this. I just need to know what that landing is going to be, so how much we need to borrow, and then how do we pay it back?
I think our proposal is probably attached in your
Yes,
packet.
it
It's
is.
about 100, the design phase was about 107.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's remaining, so.
Yeah, 107 for item A, item Bravo is 10,000.
Which is bidding, so we wouldn't, if you're not ready to get there, we wouldn't.
You're not there yet. So
Yeah,
it's
we wouldn't.
not money that needs to be spent yet.
Correct.
And then you got 45K on item C.
That's construction administration and then
Right.
construction observation. So if we're not in construction, that money doesn't get spent either.
So that's kind of where we're at right now. So in other words, if you deduce that just on the, so you're looking at, in my mind, 107, 262 and 1 cent.
That gets you a shovel-ready project, ready to go.
That's prepped and ready to go. And then the balance after that would be basically another functionally 140,000.
Correct. Correct.
All of a sudden, we break that number up, even though it's a lot of money to an individual, to a project that's easier bite-sized portion.
Exactly. A little more pay as you go.
Would it be fair to say this needs a workshop?
Yeah. It is.
Yes.
The D fund account for the water development has a December 31st deadline. Oh, geez.
Of this year.
Yeah,
That's tomorrow, basically, in calendar year.
yeah. So we're looking to get, if we got to, go ahead.
Well, the one other, and Manny's kind of alluded to this the whole time, the one other caveat with Water Development Board that we don't have in this pricing, they want a fairly ridiculous environmental study performed, even on an existing site. Like it makes no sense at all. So we'd have to add that in.
They're gonna cost you.
25 grand, maybe a little bit more. To be honest with you, we sub it out to people that just do that, and so I'd have to ask them. You get it. is there an arrowhead in the creek? Like, this is what they get into where it gets a little hard to estimate at what the costs are going to be, but that's kind of ballpark. And then we have to I believe even for the defund, we have to submit a report. So we've got to generate an additional report that gets submitted to Water Development Board. They review it. It adds probably a year at least to the total project duration. So you got some soft costs and about a year, through the Water Development Board, which is the disadvantages that Manny's referring to versus other funding sources. So.
Got it. Thank you for that clarity. And
Sure.
the expertise, because that's going to matter.
Yes, it hurts if you're not expecting it. So.
Did you get what you need? I don't have anything, so.
What direction do we want to give him, if any? That's the conversation,
Yeah.
correct?
Look, I can put it on the next meeting from early November. I mean, but we're going to have to decide pretty soon if we're going to try to move on some of these things. Again, all these projects are going to take funding somehow, which we don't.
The low-lying fruit on the conversation here, the low-lying fruit for solution is to do a tax note. Am I saying that properly? That's a low-lying fruit.
Yes, sir.
But wouldn't that have to be somewhat considered an emergency? The road collapsing, roads falling apart. I mean, the sewer system isn't down. I don't know if we can do that. Or can we?
No, tax notes are just short. It's not based on a dire emergency. It's just a short period, Yeah, it is. And now you've got a grant that you've had for a little while now. I don't know what it is, but it's not moving, and you're losing developments, and you've got problem. Even these studies that we're going to need, I don't think that you're collecting enough on your impact fees.
Doesn't
The
sound
rates.
like it.
No, I knew that when I saw it. It's too old, and your system, you're gonna. Let me ask something. Have y'all seen grease traps at most of your restaurants around town? Grease traps? Okay.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen a waste manifest that they're actually getting cleaned up? Because we're seeing it in the manholes. That grease is getting pushed through by those granular pumps into our systems.
I know one restaurant's done every 4 months.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, but your system is starting to have a lot of, we replaced 3 valves a couple of days ago. Right?
Yeah.
3 different locations. That's a lot of failures. And 6 months ago, we already did one in close proximity to where we're at now. Okay. Yeah. So in other words, yeah.
I remember that one.
So we're going to have to start looking at the system, maintaining the system. You're going to have to look at expansion. So your operations are going to cost, and your revenue stream is barely covering its cost.
Would it be, and I'm asking this out loud, would it be fair to ask you to create an assessment to the taxpayer based on a tax note? Would it also be fair to ask you to provide reasonable alternate sources and then allow us to look at it financially holistically?
And that's what we're doing now.
Okay.
We're going to give you options.
That's what in other words, we probably need to see numbers.
Yeah. But I know that most people don't want tax notes. Nobody wants property taxpayers to pay for this. But your system is having problems, and you got to look at revenue streams from somewhere else.
All right, so you just get us some numbers, I guess.
Yeah. We'll see if we can get it for the next meeting. If not, sometime in November. Hey, right before Thanksgiving, you'll have something to ponder over.
But I'm hearing we could put it all on this bucket we talked about, where it's just the future, or it could be all across everyone, or we could do a hybrid with a certain percentage. I think it's.
And we're going to look at the hybrid. It's the most.
I think that's the most equitable.
Yeah.
I think
And we had that discussion, at a very high elevation. We did. We did, and I'm glad. I wasn't expecting Mr. Taylor, but I mean, I'm glad he's here because that's who I'm talking to about these studies.
So when would be a good time to wrap back around that we can look at those? What I'm thinking is 3 options financially.
Yeah, we'll be talking fairly soon. Look, we've got enough to be able to compensate, these hourly rates or these task orders, right? Just
Right.
something, just to kind of give us some ideas how we're going to do this. Our financial advisor doesn't charge us. Hers is on when these bond sales or whatever. Loan
Right.
sales. So, but we can start putting something together. It's just moving these projects forward because you get emails from the EPA. They're kind of going. I've been here for a year and a half, and I keep delaying. I keep ignoring, and then I get the nasty
Don't do
emails.
it, we can't grow. We got to figure it out.
Yeah. It's time. We've been delaying way too long.
Agreed.
Okay. So we're good for now.
So that's the direction. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you for your kindness.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're in no action on that. We're going to move to K, discussion and possible action on MRB Group Task Order Number 003 pertaining the City of Georgetown's water certificate of conveyance and necessity transfer to the Village of Salado.
Okay. Mr. Taylor and our Mon Hunt met with me and along with Brooke Thompson, the grant manager. You might recall that Georgetown is wanting to transfer this, their portion of their CCN that is within Salado's ETJ. Based on that, we got some calls because they need a plan if we're going to continue to move forward. And let me make it so everybody understands very clearly. You're not obligated to take that CCN. But if we don't work out the transfer to us, then they're going to put it up for sale. They're not giving it away to others. We're government, they're treating us different, but we need to be able to provide water at some future date. If we have the CCN, we can certainly work out an agreement with somebody else, like Salado Water Supply Corporation or Joe Schwartner's to operate it, right? I mean, those are kind of long term. But here's what it is. If the area is sold and water supply corporations don't take out debt to buy CCNs, right? Companies like Nexus Water Group out of the Houston area, those large for-profit companies will come in. You're in a high-growth corridor. They will come into your ETJ. They may or may not stay in the city because they don't need you, but they will set those rates. And they are not like government and they're not like water supplies. They are strictly for profit. They operate in a completely set different rules through the Public Utility Commission of Texas. So that is what you've got. I did have a conversation with, Mr. Preston, and rather not go into that, but he's certainly willing to talk to us about a partnership. He's interested. I just haven't pursued it more until we know what we're going to do. The cost for these services of helping work through this application and transfer is $25,000. So now let me tell you where I was going to pay for it and what I was proposing to pay for it. You received $25,000 from Mustang Springs PID application. Those funds are your funds. Okay. I'm planning to move them out of that account into our account, like a revenue stream, or I can allocate it somewhere else. So technically, we're not hitting our budget. It was kind of that money that we got. We put in the $25,000 application fee in the PID creation of Mustang Springs. So it's your money. It's just general fund. So you do have some funds. Again, this is where you get to decide, do you want to pursue it so we can work on the plan to submit it with the application with Georgetown on the transfer, or we just stop now and call it a day?
Mr. De La Rosa, when would we actually be able to really consider developing that, or to be able to have services there that one would develop? Because what I saw on the map, it was already looking like if someone goes and buys property there, they can dig their own well and do their own, and it starts to look like Swiss cheese down there. And it's fast growing in Georgetown. I just question whether by the time we got there, what would be left, or would it look like really heavy Swiss cheese?
With the creation of the Central Texas Water Alliance or Water Authority group. Eventually, potable water will be coming into through distribution lines. So up until then, everybody's going to be dependent on wells. So if you have a CCN and you have a developer that wants to put a well and they go through the expenses, but they don't want to get in the water business, and they built it just like Sanctuary conveyed their wastewater treatment plants to the village. Cities, people build, they drill water wells, groundwater wells, and convey them to the city. And we, as long as it meets our requirements, it's meant for public water systems, they meet all the requirements, convey it, and then we're the operators. So, did that in Liberty Hill, we had wells up until they started getting distribution. So, so you're going to have something like 5 years to start producing some water. You can go out there now and buy some wells, and we had this discussion with some. My idea is locate some of the wells that are still active, producing, acquire it. You already know that it's generating some water. Rebore that well to a greater bore because you know it's already getting water and generate it, and then convert it to a public water system instead of a. So drilling wells in hopes that you're hitting water. I worked at a city, we hit one and we didn't generate anything. And you lose anywhere from $500,000 to almost $1 million every time you drill something, right? So these are knowns. You've got a couple of these, but do you want, the problem with the CCN, you can't really bring them in, you can't force them into annexation if you have a certificated area, okay? The ones that we've been bringing in, some of them are not in the city, not in our certificated area. You would be taking one in, which means you need to provide those services. It's just, do you want to try to manage your growth and provide those water services? It's not my understanding. It's my understanding that our current water supply is not going to expand its operations or its geographical boundary. They're staying their same footprints.
So. And that's been the conversations you had with the water supply.
Well, yeah. So
but potentially it's a future investment.
It's a future investment for the area, you know.
And to keep corporate water out the back, away from our back door.
I think that water supplies are rural water systems. They have an association that's what they're generally. And getting financing is very difficult. I mean, when you're government, so there are opportunities to create partnerships through local government corporations with entities like that, bring them under the umbrella or so. But I mean, it's an education process, not trying to take their autonomy. They can have their board, they can have their own hiring of managers, but do you want to at least manage your growth as a future investment, or do you just want to let the big money come in?
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, the last discussion we had, it's more than just us that it's being offered, it's other surrounding areas. Do you have a pulse on whether they're going to take it, or and if they are, then we should probably follow suit, because otherwise, let's say Leander doesn't decide to take theirs, then the big water supply comes in.
Yeah, it's my understanding that Colleen, I read in the paper, already voted on it. My understanding, my conversations with the Georgetown reps is all of the other cities, Gerald, Florence, Liberty Hill, has to pay for the area if they want that's in their ETJP, because the city of Georgetown has already built infrastructure, so they're not going to give away their infrastructure.
Improvements were there.
Yeah, they're there. So therefore, we're benefiting because there aren't.
Of the four that you mentioned, I can't remember all the ones that were surrounding. It sounds like there's four, including us.
Yeah.
Two of them have basically agreed. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then one has to determine whether they're going to buy. They have to come up with some funding, so that's going to probably take time. So that leaves us. I think strategically, if all three of them are going, and there's no that really truly prevents an outside source from coming in, that probably makes sense strategically.
That's my hope. Yeah. So Solana Ranch is in Georgetown CTJ. They have not pulled out. They've not requested to be released from that CCN. If we take it in, it comes in with us. Who knows? We may be able to work out through development agreements.
Can we say that again?
Solana Ranch.
Okay, that all.
has not requested to be released from Georgetown CCN yet.
Which means that if we as a board and the community decide to pursue the CCN as discussed, that becomes our dirt.
They could, but also the Village of Salado some years ago did provide a letter to Solana Ranch that I've already seen in the files somewhere. I read it. That says that should Solana Ranch want to pursue the creation of a municipal utility district, it could. Right. Basically saying that you would object. And that's okay. I mean, if it creates, regional growth is good for everyone. So I believe in those concepts, but if we're part of the local government that's with them and we offer incentives, right? They fund it all front. You sweeten the deal. You help manage that growth.
All right, so what do you need from us tonight? Just to say, go on.
If you authorize me to do that, that's where I move those funds, pay for it out of that, and sign this task order to proceed.
You good? Are you good?
I don't need this long a conversation here. I understand it very well.
So everybody agrees we're gonna go ahead and pursue. Good?
Yeah. Yes.
All right.
Yes. I think we need to vote on that there?
No, I don't think so.
Why wouldn't you? I can tell you why you wouldn't, please.
Oh.
Is that okay with you?
Yeah, just go ahead.
I at least like to hear that.
Georgetown went in and bought the water system, Chisholm Trail, that was in Florence, Texas, and it went through Liberty Hill and all. They grabbed what they wanted, and this is the dead coals that they're throwing out there. I don't see it as a big deal for the city to go in and try to grab the water business that is not there. If it was viable, just like Councilman Dunch said, they'd be jumping all over it. This is water. They don't have water, they don't have infrastructure, they don't have any of it. I own 2 or 3 properties. They can't supply water over there. There's not enough water there. They grabbed the big water mains and all the water that Chisholm Trail was getting from out here at this lake, and they diverted it to the city of Georgetown. If there was anything left, they would keep it. This is a bad idea.
Thank you. All right, so you're good?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're going to move on to K.
So did you vote on it?
Do we need to vote on it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
K.
Motion and a second.
Need a motion for item K, discussion of possible action for the CCN for Georgetown transfer to the Village of Salado. Do I hear a motion?
Yep, I'll give you a motion. I motion for item K to be approved as presented.
Alderman McDonald made a motion to approve item K as presented. Do I hear a second? No second? Then we will table it to the next, or there won't be a vote?
No, we won't make their deadlines.
Do what?
We won't meet Georgetown's deadlines. They're already submitting their applications.
All right. Then that's it. No, that we won't meet the deadlines. That's why we were.
Not in 1 week or 2 weeks.
No, October 31st, they plan to submit they need their Georgetown
right.
needs to report so they can submit their application. So, yeah, so they're on a deadline to do it. If not, they will put it up for bid.
What, say that the date is again to where we would?
October 31st was our deadline.
Halloween. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we won't make it. All right, so I guess.
We won't make it. That's what you're saying, if we push it back for 2 weeks for some further.
No, sir. So when I got that, I knew that it was going to come up. They thought it was going to be early November, and I never get you the deadline. I got an email this morning from Ms. Stewart with Georgetown. She gave me a 10/31 deadline. I reached out to Solomon. Solomon spoke with Mr. Taylor, and they said they could meet the 10/31 deadline. So thank goodness I had it before you.
So we submit, sorry to keep this going, but this is too critical an issue.
We won't be able to get a full plan
If you submit
completed.
the application, is that truly the point of no return? So at that point, we can't desubmit? I mean,
No,
it's like,
it hasn't
it's
been
ours
decided.
and it's done.
No, we needed an abbreviated plan. We need a plan that goes in with their application so that the PUC starts looking at this favorably, right? It's not a done deal till it's a done deal.
I mean, regardless now, I mean, nobody's seconding the motion, so it's a dead motion.
Unless it's
Unless somebody wants to make another motion. Going once, going twice?
Can I say before I make a motion?
Yes.
What's the cost, let me get back to that, what is the cost of us doing this in terms of proceeding? What is our cash out?
25,000.
25,000.
25,000, yes, sir. And that is for a plan. They're not gonna do a full plan because there's not enough, but Georgetown says if we can get an abbreviated plan that'll get us going, that we can submit by our 10/31 deadline, that's when their council has set their deadline. They're moving.
Are there any other fees that go along with this in the future?
Well, this is just the plan and some application. You wanna speak on the?
I don't think Georgetown was looking for any cash.
I don't know if the PUC may have some filing fees associated with the transfer. I'm not 100% sure, and I would think they would be pretty minimal. The public.
In other words, taking this in consideration, 25,000 if the board does decide to move forward with this. 25,000 is the upfront cost, and then any nominal fees on the back end by the PUC, which could be anywhere between $2,000, $3,000.
I would think something like that. Yeah, and our 25,000 is hourly. So if we get a little ways down the road and there's some fatal flaw, you're not, it's not a lump sum 25 grand.
And that's a blunt.
Just
still on the table.
No, it's off the table now.
It's off the table, it has to be resubmitted.
It's gotta be
We're discussing the possibility of another motion. Are we?
Yes, make it quick.
We don't like to make the decisions quickly. I'm intrigued by the fact that having that CCN may be worth the money. That's just for any of the others that down the road, if we decide not to do it, where we might be able to recover an investment, because I just gotta believe that there are other stratas of water, and if we have a certificate of need, if we don't want to do it, do we not sell it at CCN to someone else who may want to buy it, like a for-profit entity?
Yeah, without seeing the agreement, exactly what the conditions are from the PUC yet, right? So when City of Georgetown acquired Chisholm Trail, basically it put them in such default that the PUC says, hey, you don't get to cherry pick what you want. You've got to take it all, which became the largest CCN holder in the state. 10 years down past, and they're going, okay, Georgetown, times are tough. They have what they're going to continue to grow, and they said, okay, we're the City of Georgetown. We only want to keep our city limits and our ETJ or any infrastructure outside of that we built, and we want to be able to release the rest of it. The PUC finally said, yes, we'll allow you to do that, but we want you to negotiate those, like this transfer, to entities that will be able to provide water in the future. Alderman, cities are in the business of providing water. That's why they're coming to us first. They want, because we work at this for decades.
Thank you. I just feel like that essentially a gamble. I don't like to use that word, spending money. Yep. But by the same token, I do recognize holding that CCN, whether we use it we sell it, or we sit on it for 10 years from now, I think we'll actually continue to grow. Somebody will probably figure out how to fund it. And for that, and I do respect what you said on that. It may be the great at this moment, but possibly could be worth a lot of money down the road 5 or 10 years. Maybe that's a windfall. Maybe we take the CCN and ask Mr. Del Rosa to pick up the phone and let us know we bought it and instead of like to discuss it, come talk to us. I'm not sure, but to me it's a long range business decision, and I think I would really rather hold it. If I lose $25,000, I'm not thinking
Versus 10 years from now, you're like, we should have, I mean, feels like an important decision moment to me. So
you could restructure your emotions.
I'll make the motion this time to approve agenda item 10K as stated.
Second.
All right, Alderman Dunch has made a motion to approve 10K as presented. Alderman McDonald second the motion. Is there any discussion?
Just thank you.
Yeah.
We have an opportunity to try to think through that in other ways.
Question.
All right, all those in favor of approving K as presented, say yes.
Yes.
All those against, say no. Any abstentions? Passes 4-0. Item L, discussion and possible action on MRB Group Task Order number 004 pertaining to professional services for payment and drainage conditions assessment. Mr. De La Rosa.
I'm going to let Mr. Thomas speak on this. This is something we've been looking for on the roadway assessments and drainage.
All right, thank you. Appreciate y'all having me. I'm getting a little tired, so if I say anything weird, just tell me it was weird. Usually I'm in bed by now. I must be an old spirit or whatever. All right, so task order 4 you see before you is for us to do an assessment of your roadways within the village limits and drainage assessment alongside those roadways. And so what this basically is we will come out and assess. Well, the first thing we'll do is basically get an agreed scoring. So when you do a pavement assessment, what you want to do is we want you and the engineer to determine what is the critical things, because you can weight your scoring, whether it's, potholes or it's cracking or, understand from the village what are your goals on the pavement assessment, and those kind of things, so that we get a scoring that we've all agreed to. Then what we'll go is go out to the road, take pictures of all the distresses within the road, put those into the scoring system, and come back with a system that says, hey, these are the roads based on our scoring that we prioritized that you should prioritize for improvements based on that scoring. And then what we'll do is we'll put an OPC together for those so that you then see, this is our priority, this is what it costs. Y'all will give me some budget, and I will put together something that says, okay, with your budget, you should do this project in this year, and obviously the numbers, whatever y'all's budget is how many, we put into a program, a maintenance program for your roadways and your drainage.
Mm-hmm. With that, we would have the full assessment of all the village roads, right?
So it won't, yes. So what we excluded in this task order is, if you should have a map there, but basically that map did not print out very well. But hopefully y'all can see it on your electronics. But we excluded I-35, frontage roads, anything that's a text.
Definitely can't see it. But
I can't see that far.
Yeah, well, you wouldn't be.
Oh, there's nothing
This
there?
is because you're tired.
Well, mine printed a little better than y'all's then. If you,
All right,
I mean,
barely.
but anyways, so basically, all of I-35, the FM roads, those are excluded because those are TxDOT roads. We wouldn't go do assessments on their roads. And then what we're not going to, or what Manny and I discussed, we wouldn't do is go put together an OPC on like newly developed roads or like Royal Street or, you know, roads that you have a plan already to go and repair. There's no reason for us to go assess those roads or put together OPCs for those roads. So what we're saying is we would exclude roads that were just recently built with developments and roads that have a plan and funding to make improvements to them, but all other roads.
Okay. And then with that, you would have a cost for per road, like from point A to point B on that road and what it would run off and whatnot. So,
well, we can discuss that. What I would propose is that we would just do a road, full length of road. I mean, yes, you could what you should do is assess each road for its full length to prioritize the road and then what it would take to make those improvements. And then is what gets harder, obviously, is where your budget is. Then yes, we might have to say, okay, well, your priority is this road, but you know, if it's a long road, you may say, well, I'm gonna have to do that road over 3 years. Well, that's when you start breaking it down more than when we're doing the assessment. There's no reason to go, let's go from here to here and here to here and here to here to break it up.
Okay. So once you get the green light here, what's your estimate of time? Because I think the ultimate goal is to back into a road bond for the May election.
So if I remember right, you asked me to have this stuff to you by January if we get this approved. So we're going to make our deadlines.
Good, because we need, as a board, if you know, part of our strategic plan that we're going to be talking about, if we're going to, that's going to be one of the top ones. But assuming that's aligned with the board, then to get that and get ahead of it and make sure that the voters in May are fully informed, I think January is a good date to have that. So.
That would give us enough time for you to hold town hall meetings.
Yep.
Inform the public, and it would be a multi-year, maybe 3 years, maybe 5 years. But what you do is you take it to the voters one time. It says, these are the projects over these number of years, and let them vote on it, right? That way they know it's multi-year.
Yep.
You've got a pretty good idea of how we're going to break it down, how much debt you want to take on, because you don't want to take all the money down at one time and then phase
it out.
Yeah,
and phase up the
you want to space it out based on how long the project will. So I did a 3-phase project, 18 months each phase, 6 month overlap on each phase, and everything from roadways, drainage, you know, curbs. So in other words, but we did it fairly large, but we phased it over that period. You could do something similar, maybe longer if it's going to cost you more.
The reason I was asking about segments of roads is because if you've been in our village, there's like Indian Trail, you'll be, you know, all over the place. So and there's portions of it are worse than the others. So, but once you get out there, I'm sure you can assess and come up with the recommendations.
Well, and we can, I mean, part of the scope in here is for us to come to an agreement of what you exactly want to do. You know, so we put in a preliminary map that we just, you know, drew up for this proposal. But within that map, within the scope is for y'all to say, no, I want this road or that road included, or there's some things that.
Yeah, we definitely need you to have that, in my opinion.
No. So in this functionality, what you're asking to do is to help them triage the roads based on the
No. Scope. Just which roads you want to be in this. So if you say my map is good, I will go do it. If you say there's a new road that you didn't include in your map that you don't have identified, or if you say in that scoping, you know, when we get together and talk about that, well, Indian Trail is really 3 roads. We want that. That's fine. No, I'm not asking you to tell me what roads to do. I'm just saying which roads are in your village.
Thank you. Yes. And you have it in your PDF. Your email has that task force with that map.
So it's basically the city limits, the village limits, and it is roads that, if they've recently been done or have contracts to be done, they're excluded. Is there any other road excluded?
We try not to exclude, right. In this map right here, we tried to identify all village roads besides textile roads.
Got it.
That was our goal in this map that we gave y'all.
Okay.
Now, when we go do an assessment, I would think that, or what I would advise you is there is no reason to go do an assessment on like the roads that were just built at QT, or an assessment on the roads that were built at Salado Center.
Right.
They're on this map.
Wasting your time.
I would recommend that we exclude those.
Yes.
Because it's
Agreed.
going to say they're good.
Yeah.
But that's kind of the scoping. Like, identifying 3 years, probably. Don't go look at roads that have been built within 3 years. But if you tell me, well, let's not even look at roads built in however many years that is, then that's fine. But, and I can advise you on that. It's just, we got to, in order to do this, I have to know what roads I'm going to go take pictures of them and do the assessment.
And the total fee is not to exceed $41,000 to do the assessment?
Right. To do the assessment and the report.
So is part of that funding, would that be coming from the tax note?
Yes,
okay.
sir. Yeah.
So basically, you're asking for a green light to move forward?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
So I would make a motion.
Oh, we gotta wait. We got public comments first.
Okay. All right.
You guys have anything else for Solomon? Thank you. All right, thank you. Appreciate it. Is there any public comments? No, is there any public here? Exactly. All right. What is it? 10L discussion. I'm waiting for a motion. If somebody wants to make one.
Make the motion to approve 10L as presented.
Alderman Dunch made a motion to approve 10L as presented. Are you a second?
Yes.
Alderman Laster had a second. Is there any discussion?
Question.
All those in favor of approving 10L as presented, say yes.
Yes.
All those against, say no. Any abstentions? Let it passes 4-0. Item M, discussion of possible action on approving the Salado Convention and Visitor Center Trolley Volunteer Driver Safety Plan. Mrs. Pence. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you guys for the late night.
Mayor Pro Tem and Alderman, thank you. Included in your packet is the Convention and Visitors Center Trolley Volunteer Driver Safety Plan. This document was developed in collaboration with the village attorney and was originally presented to the Board of Aldermen via email back in June. Because this is a policy matter, staff would like to formally enter this into record, so this is being presented to you tonight. As you may recall from your previous review, looking over that trolley volunteer safety plan, we required to complete a background check and provided for all volunteers, and they also need to provide a copy of their driving record to the village. I also wanted to inform you in reviewing at our insurance policy, we will need to add additional coverage for our general liability and the workers' compensation, and that's going to be for all city departments. We're looking at adding more volunteers, expanding the program for not just the visitor center, but the PD is also looking at adding more reserve officers in the future, and we will need to make that adjustment. So I just wanted to make sure that you were fully aware of that. And then, of course, looking ahead, as Ms. Whitson said in her report tonight, that we are really looking to establish that volunteer program for the CVB. And I would like to, at some time in the near future, bring back to you as a proposal for a dedicated volunteer coordinator for the CVB. And that's all I have tonight, unless you have questions for me. I didn't go over it in detail because, again, this is, you've seen this document before.
Yes. Alderman Laster, you got anything?
Is the dedicated volunteer
A coordinator?
Coordinator?
Yeah. That's what we would like to see in the future.
Is that a non-paid?
I think that that will probably have to be a paid position.
Do you have any idea what that would be?
We,
Part-time? Or would it be part-time?
it would be. It is one of our goals. So we will be presenting that in the future, but I wanted to mention it to you tonight. Yes. It's a lot to handle, yes, and we need to grow the volunteers to, to expand services within the visitor center and the trolley program.
It helps with our insurance, Alderman Lassiter, if you have supervision. So if you've got volunteers that are not employees, but you've got somebody that's compensated, that are overseeing that, it helps with keeping our rates down. So, yeah, so that's part of why it is, because we've been reviewing our policies. Not only that for general liability, but also then we looked at workers' comp. I saw that we haven't had any. You've had volunteers. We've not done background checks. I mean, we don't know whether they have licenses. I mean, it is a golf cart, but say that we purchase one is gas powered, but say that you purchase a gas powered shuttle bus, right? Like an air conditioned bus. You're going to want to make sure that they have a clean driving record, that it's acceptable, that we've done a background check, and that we provide, should they trip coming out off the vehicle, and then they should, because we don't have workers' comp, right? Things that we hadn't done in the past, we're making sure that we now have these in place. So
We would have comfortable that we would have adequate insurance coverage for the village.
yes, sir. I'm protecting the village's interests. Also, also the volunteers, such should they get hurt, because they're going to turn around looking for somebody. Well, you didn't provide me something, and you didn't train me. Whatever it is, we should have coverage.
Yes, and I meant to say for the village.
Yes, I knew. Yeah.
It's no further.
Alderman Doyle? I think clarification of trolley, because there's several trolleys in town. Since I've been here, one time I remember vaguely seeing some of them. But is the trolley a golf cart, or is it?
It truly is a golf cart. We have two.
Yeah, the two golf carts. Mm-hmm. So it seats how many people?
The red one seats 8.
About 8.
Oh, 11. See,
11.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay. And those are in working condition. The only thing we're looking at here right now is whether we're going to look at having volunteers, correct?
That's all. Yes.
That's it. So volunteers, and from my understanding, we'll make sure that we have the right insurance if we do the volunteer program, because it sounds like we've been a little drunk and disorderly, maybe. We're not making sure T's are crossed and I's, and
yes, sir.
We have enough insurance coverage. Okay, I got it.
I want to make sure that we have a policy in place for our insurance coverage to keep our.
Do we have any idea what that's going to cost us for the insurance to have this yet?
No, sir, but unless you want to get out of the business, no. I mean, I saw one for our workers' comp. It's based on an hourly. It's a volunteer, even though you're not paying them. They use like a minimum salary rate as a standard over so much, and then because we haven't had any claims, I mean, it's just insurance. We won't know until they evaluate the survey form, telling them exactly how many volunteers. Once we know the number of volunteers and the hours that they work, we'll get an idea what that cost is.
Okay. Yeah, I just know there's been golf cart rental companies that have tried to put insurance onto the corporate, and now they've chosen that when you rent, you have to come with your own insurance and you have to show proof, because it can be expensive. So I'm curious once we get to that point.
And we're a city,
all we're looking at here.
Yeah.
But a key element of us allowing volunteers is understanding what those insurance rates are going to be.
It's the same insurance that we use for our risk pool for police officers, for public works. In other words, it's part of a pool, all cities, so we're probably going to get better rates than somebody would on the commercial market.
Okay.
But I don't know what it is, because until we fill out the forms and tell them how many volunteers we have and what the hours are, that's why we want to know what the schedule is. We want to know that they're following a certain set of policies, because that way we can hold staff accountable and we can hold volunteers accountable.
So once you guys complete that portion, we will revisit that and look at those costs and decide whether to move forward.
Yes, sir.
Right now, you're just saying we're looking to vote on whether we have volunteers.
So what we need you to do as what we're hoping that you will do with staff's recommendation is to go ahead and approve the safety plan that is in front of you this evening, because we do want to build upon the volunteer program.
And we will probably apply for insurance. We'll get you what those rates are. Should we not want to continue it, we just cancel it again. But then you've got certain exposure, which means don't operate the trolley, minimize your exposure, or it's part of the cost of doing business.
Yeah. No more questions. Thank you.
Alderman McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Pence. Quick question, if somebody's getting to bring their driver's report based on the conversation, how does one attain their driving record to present to the village?
So Ms. Spinks runs the background check here within the village, and then the individual that's volunteering gets their report from the Texas Motor Vehicle website.
And they can go online, request it, submit it. Now, should we see something on a report that we don't like, accidents or other things, something that just looks
unsavory,
that discretion is with the director. It goes, So in other words, we wrote this policy in such a manner that if we don't think that you should be a driver for us, we're not.
Okay.
And we don't really have a lot of debates about those kind of things. If it looks like you shouldn't be here, or
I'm good with that answer, by the way. I was just curious to know the
process.
Of, okay, so where do I go to get my report if I want to go volunteer and drive a trolley for $1,000? That's what I wanted to know. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Ms. Pence.
That was all.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
She's up next.
Oh, she's up next. Any public comments? No? All right. 10M, need a motion to approve or deny.
Yes, I'll make a motion. Recommend approval of item N as written.
All right, Alderman McDonald made a motion to approve M as presented. Any seconds?
I'll second.
Seconded by Alderman Dunch. Any discussion?
Question.
All right, all those in favor of approving M, say yes.
Yes.
All those against, say no. Is there any abstentions? That passes 4-0. All right, item N, discussion and possible action on approving a master service agreement with Renaissance Systems Incorporated, RSI, and the terms and conditions and proposal acceptance with RSI. Ms. Pence.
Thank you. So RSI is formerly known as Focus and Communication, and that is exactly our current vendor for the village with our phones that are the ESI phone system. If you recall, a few months ago, actually it was about the same time that our server went out, we had 2 phones that went dead here at the village. And we reached out to RSI, and they were able to salvage some parts of the phones that they had, done some repairs to make our 2 phones functional. So that way we did not have to purchase a brand new phone system at the time. As you remember, we were under tight budget constraints and we were spending no funds. So that was a definite savings at the time, but it was a Band-Aid. The phone system cannot be repaired any longer. You can't get parts for it, and we need to replace it. So before you this evening is the master service agreement, and the reason why you're seeing that is because the formerly was Focus and Communication, and now it's RSI. And that just kind of breaks down everything. The attorney has reviewed and approved that. And then, of course, you have the proposal in front of you, which is going to be the latter part, the colored flyers that are together. And that proposed system includes 10 phones, 3 for the police department, 7 for City Hall. Page 4 will break out the proposal outline of the services provided. I'm going to give you the key features that are highlighted that we found important for us as users. Which is the mobile app access, texting capability. Staff is pretty excited about that. voicemail with transcription and forwarding capabilities via email, video conferencing, so we can stop using Zoom and now use our phone system, which is, I think, an added bonus. And then we also have the auto attendant, which is great if we do not have our front desk secretary, but it's really viable for the PD because they don't have anybody that actually sits in that building and answers the phone. They have a phone that's forwarded to them. So they'll get a nice automated person, and then, of course, it will get forwarded on. But that is the highlighted items. There's a lot more options because if you look it over, this is a cloud-based phone system. So we are taking the village into the next generation that we've been missing out on for quite some time. The proposal is structured for a 3-year contract with an auto renewal. Once we fulfill that agreement, we can give them a 60-day notice if we choose to depart that agreement. The 10 phones, the equipment, we are getting at no charge, as you'll see in that agreement. We do need to pay a one-time fee of $962.21. This covers installation, taxes, and shipping. This will be broken out into 2 payments. It's 50% up front and then 50% once the items are delivered and installed and training is done for the staff. The monthly fee for this new phone system is $366.95. This is for the PD and City Hall. So we're basically splitting that. Our current month phone bill is $432.81 for the PD and City Hall. So not only are we getting an upgrade, we're getting some great technology, some tools that staff can use, but we're also saving some money. And based on the features, the cost savings, and the fact that we need a new phone system, staff is recommending.
Yeah, let me add, if we like the phone system and it works the way we think it's going to work, there are going to be options that we're going to be able to add an app to your personal phone that will give you a city-issued telephone number. So using that app, you will be calling not from your personal number, but from that app.
Now I'm familiar with that type of
Yeah, through our cloud-based.
So it's cloud-based, and I don't know about your texting, but the
Yes.
whole point is also texting.
They will get all the same systems
all
that
the
I
same,
just talked
but
about.
on your phone. So in other words, that information will be cloud-based on a server somewhere. So should we get open records requests in the future or stuff, like right now I send you information, we'll just be able to go like ex-employees or ex-elected officials currently. I'm having IT send me their emails and I search through it. We'll be able to do that without having to send you an email. Do you have anything on your personal devices? Because we're hoping that by that time you're using these apps and that it is out there. It'll be cheaper than buying you phones and you carrying around 2 phones. But it gives you an app and you're not using your personal telephone number to speak with somebody else.
So I do want to clarify that we did not give you a proposal tonight for that app for your system, for your phones. That would be in addition to. I just wanted to make sure,
We wanted
that
to
you
do one
understood.
step at a time, and that was my recommendation to Ms. Pence. I didn't want to take on everything all at one time. But we did want to let you know that that is something we're considering. We're hoping that you'll be interested. We wanted to get up and going and then present you what that would be, which may be an amendment or something to that service, if you're interested. Future date, so that's it.
Alderman Lassner, any questions?
I prefer a rotary dial. Limited communication, but I'm going to defer to these technological leaders at the other end of the table and listen to them. That's all I have to say.
Alderman Dutch.
Sorry, I may have missed this, it's late, but just how many bids did we go out besides RSI?
So that is our current vendor, and we did get another bid. So we got 2.
But we went with RSI, they're our current vendor, and we've been using them, and they've got a great product.
And the dollar amount doesn't exceed the 50,000, which means it didn't require going out, yeah.
Thank you. Okay, that's kind of where I was going. I was just making
Yeah,
sure.
and the other bidder was Extraco that does our servers. And not that they're not good, and they are, they're very good. I hate putting all my services in one vendor. Yeah.
Thank you. No other questions.
Alderman McDonald.
I don't see an issue with this as a technological wizard, as I may be. But I appreciate the articulation. I am looking forward to being able to utilize a city phone number versus a private number as a member of the community. No further questions.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Spence.
Absolutely.
Is there any public comments? Nope. I'll entertain a motion for item N.
I make a motion to approve item N as written.
Alderman McDonald made a motion to approve item N as presented. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Seconded by Alderman Dunch. Is there any discussion?
Question.
All those in favor of approving item N as presented, say yes.
Yes.
All those opposed, say no. Is there any abstentions? That passes 4-0. Next item on the agenda is adjournment.
Move to adjourn.
To adjourn. 11:06.